web. This is Blacklist International! And their opponents, coming back strong after last night's uphill bout. It's time to rise and slay! Raiders, make noise for Light, Irad, Aqua, Kusei, and Nibor! This is RSG Philippines! And their coaches, Blacklist International's own Coach Bonchan, and RSG Philippines Coach Panda.
It's time for the face-off. MP the King, Kusei, come forward. Step closer together. MP the King, ano ang palag mo kay Kusei?
Mas marami kaming talo ngayon.
Kusei, ano ang palag mo kay MP the King?
Wala po eh. Good luck na lang.
Fist bump, palag kung palag. Four more teammates abroad, now on opposite sides to fight for redemption. Let's enter the Lana Dawn. Panel, pasok.
There you go, straight from the horse's mouth. I don't think I can get any more eloquent than that. This is Blacklist International, who are very aware of their current situation right now in the league.
Yeah, and with this, you see they're going to be playing with Lord JM in the XP lane this time around, and I really have to agree with what Coach Arcadia had to say about Blacklist International. You know, they've got great talent here,
Yeah.
but it feels like they're just trying to put things together still, and they haven't really found that magic lineup.
Yes, try to stitch it out. At the other end, though, it is going to be an RSG who, despite being in a pretty good spot, you know, synergy-wise, chemistry-wise,
Yeah.
it does feel like they are just on their way back up right now, right?
Yeah. Like they're trying to, in a sense, like trying to raid back up on the top of the standings because they're struggling. I mean, I don't think people came into Season 14 thinking about maybe Blacklist International RSG being where they are in current standings. Again, it's only week 3. It's okay. But this is a crucial point for Blacklist International to get a point. They're sitting on 0 points, and it's tough, right, when you really look at what's kind of across from them and ahead of them, because even when you look at the stats here, the team head-to-head, you know, both the teams have gone through struggles up to this point, but right now RSG feeling a little bit better, I would say, with the lineup that they've brought to us as we look to the keys to victory.
That's why I was saying earlier in the interview, man, it's now or never.
That's true.
For them. But Neighbor is on the other side, but in Phoenix Keys to Victory thinks otherwise. Aid Haji in initiating and or counter initiating, because we still don't know like what kind of heroes, what kind of playstyle Haji is going to opt for today.
Yeah, and I think next up too for RSG, this is a great point because continue introducing yourself, Nibor, and when he plays the Edith, I would say that is a time that he shines. He's also shined on the Phoveus. He had one of the more noticeable plays on Phoveus, diving in between turrets, tanky enough. So I think that's the thing. Keep showing yourself here and showing what you can do. And like looking at the last one for both, be the glue that puts your teams together.
Yeah,
because
man.
that's the thing here. I mean, just like I said, we talked about with Coach Arcadia, these two teams, no matter where they are in the standings, that's the theme here. It's just one is doing it quicker than the other. It's like they got a couple more pieces put together in their puzzle. The glue is there, but is it going to drive faster than the other? I think that's the question.
Yeah, keeping up the pace. And at the end, for Nibber, I guess he's still in the process of like trying to, step into Nat's quite, I think, size 9 or size 10 shoes.
Yeah.
He's a tall guy.
He's a tall guy. He is. He growth spurted like At one point, I think when I first met Naps, he was probably like, I don't know, 5'8".
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, he's like as tall as me before
Exactly.
he left.
So it's really crazy, you know, literally and metaphorically. Right now, obviously, it's looking better for them. At least even with losses, they do look like there is a team that, you know, is aiming for the win and does feel like competitive compared to, you know, who they're matching up with.
Yeah, and it's I feel like not just with Nibor, but like as a whole, RSG is trying to fill like a metaphorical shoe.
Yes.
Like because again, even Light, like I love Light as a roamer. He's an amazing player, but I can even see where Light right now with this lineup with RSG seems to struggle a bit. Like he's not able to do exactly the same things as he was before in the past.
Yeah.
You know, when we did have like Demon Kite over there, of course, you know, Light working with him and Aqua's still there too. So I think it's just RSG again, on an individual scale, their power levels are there. It's just like, how do we get this synergy down? And I think that's why the discussion, especially from the Filipino side, was how do you get the chemistry going? Like, how do you take this? Because chemistry is a broad term, and we always talk about chemistry and synergy. So I think, you know, obviously it starts in the draft here, and that's what we have to see.
Yeah, I wonder if we'll see any, like, exothermic reactions or anything like that here coming into this one, because honestly, that's what's been that's the thing I've been missing here for RSG. You know, that X factor that you kind of look for when you're looking for Nats making something happen on the map when you least expect it to. And for Demon Kite, that explosiveness that you actually do miss from the guy who is actually being brought to him by Aurora on the other side of the field. But right now, right here on the board is going to be the draft for these two teams. Coach Pan and Coach Bonchan, definitely these guys. If you've ever seen any big meta shifts in the Philippines, it somehow involves one of these two, right? When their teams come out, they really use these new heroes well, and I really wonder if they're going to be able to utilize some of the newer picks as here as well.
I think we see them possibly still go the Phoveus here. Probably Phoveus being available, Edith too. It's one of those two picks at least. I think that's where you also see just a lot of value come through with the first phase, you know. The fact that Blacklist International also picked up the Ling and just put it in the hands of MP the King, like, you know, you heard them say it too. Like, even Coach Arcade is like, I know MP the King. I've worked with him. I know his attitude.
This guy's
and,
fierce.
Like, Ling is that hero. Like,
exactly.
If you're confident, you pick the Ling up. And so, but this time around, like I said, MP the King, even as confident as he has been, he's a former champion, different region. He's still going to make it proof here. You know, he's still going to make something happen here. And you can see this. RSG will take up that Phoveus.
Love it.
And top it up with his Zask as well.
Again, that's a great hero to use to just chase down the Ling. No matter where the Ling goes, you know what, the Phoveus can follow.
Yep.
And it's actually a great way to just keep him in check. Not necessarily burst him out or kill him, but just to make sure that you can always have a chase. And again, usually you want to lock down the Ling, but that's not something that Coach Panda seems to be bothered with just about now. What's this? Kill participation.
Kill participation.
Ranking among all junglers.
Okay.
MP the King is 86% kill participation.
He likes to fight. He likes to join the fights.
I mean, he might be, the team might be bottom of the standings right now, but this guy wants to fight. He's on top. He's way higher. His stats are way higher than Kyle Teasy as well.
I would say anytime we see like stats like that, it's like, all right, how do we break that down a little bit, given how this situation is? Because right now, the fact that they don't have 80 points, Blacklist has gone through a struggle.
Yeah.
The fact that MP the King has the highest kill participation, though, shows that, yes, he likes to join the fights. He's not one of those junglers that will just kind of focus on objectives, farm off, you know. So he wants to fight, and I think with that being said, Blacklist wants to play around that. And so every time they come to the draft, you know, that's kind of one thing that they keep in mind. And I think that those two picks completely complement their jungler and the way the mindset is. So you have a Ruby, you have
100%.
Vexana. You don't know if the Ruby's actually going to be played, let's say, into the gold lane like we saw earlier today in the first series. That's definitely a good flexible pick. But even the Vexana really helps with this because you also have an extra kind of front body to deal possibly with a Dominator's Descent from the Zask, and now Jawhead gets picked up to round out this first phase.
I actually completely agree because the last Ruby I remember from Blacklist International was in the hands of Oheb as well. So I think we are in for a possible Ruby gold lane here again. And on the other side, if feel like they do have also great ways of dealing with the Ruby. I feel like Jawhead is something that you cannot really approach willy-nilly, no matter how much lifesteal you have. If you get thrown to 4 people, you're probably most likely going to go down. And behind the tower.
Yeah, exactly. You know, and at that point, too, it's leaving the question of what is RSG going to take in the gold lane.
For real.
You can see that. Oh, that's right. That's UE Zenith, by the
Yeah,
way. So for our international viewers, you see on the screen, this is the University of East. Zenith.
They're collegiate pro team. Yeah.
So, you know, for some people around there, it's funny because college level esports is a thing in other parts of the world.
Yeah.
And like obviously here in the Philippines, it's still developing. So UAAP was our first, like, what did I say, official? I know there was collegiate esports before.
Yeah, but you know, it's unofficial. But this is like literally a legit campus esports.
Campus
it's like
esports.
the universities themselves.
Yeah.
Literally signed up and you said, you know what, we're going to put esports on the map here for our students to enjoy. And I wish I was a student again, because now
picks. On the flip side, we have this picks. On the flip side, we have this carry being picked up.
All right.
Interestingly enough, carry's obviously meant to go ahead and shred, you know, these tankier heroes over here. So
right on cue. We're looking forward. Irad, he used this, by the way, this previous game to pretty good success,
yeah.
I would say. But it wasn't
still a toss-up in a way.
Yes, it's still a toss-up. That's the thing. So I wonder if this is going to be what RSG is looking for here. Maybe just put Irad on Lancelot every game and maybe get some wins. I don't know, man. But right, what's one thing's for sure, everyone's very excited about this. I can barely contain myself. And I know you guys are very excited to see this as well. He's probably the only Lancelot player right now in the league, and we're seeing it here. I just wonder, how well is that going to mesh with this lineup?
How well? You guys can see the lineups here. Let us know who you think is going to end up taking game number 1 in this best of 3.
Let's throw it over Blacklist International RSG. Game number 1. Throw it over to our casters.
The mechanic, Irad, with his signature Lancelot, going head-to-head with the new king of Blacklist International. This is MP the King. Assassin versus Assassin. Hyped matchup. What are your thoughts, Leo?
Up to the young goat and said, my Lancelot has better mechanics than you.
Yeah,
He was just spewing the truth at the time, and it takes a lot of guts to do that. And now look at this, here and now. 2 years later, after he spent some time in Indonesia, back on home soil, people are still looking for the world-famous Lancelot.
Yeah, I actually remember Irad's journey. Even in MDL Season 1, when he was playing for RSG, he was actually one of the notable heroes with the Assassins, with the Lancelot. Even if the meta was the Fredrins, the Barats, he refused to play the utility jungle.
Even in the lineup that he shared with Demon Kite. Of the two, he would be the one that people preferred to play these Assassins.
Yeah. And now, as we can see, MP the King also is one of those junglers who prioritizes or prefers the Assassins. If we can recall, this was one of the heroes MP used in one of the most recent international tournaments, wherein they had a major upset up against one of the Titans in the international scene.
Real quick, if you guys need a little bit of a translator, paraphrasing, the screen that's now currently faded on screen says, son, Daddy's gonna watch MPL. I'll be back. I just gotta watch MPL. Sweet.
At least there's reassurance that he'll be back.
Communication is key.
Communication is key. But as you can see, Saturday night, a lot of people are here watching. If you have the chance to drop by Green Sun Hotel, of course, you can go here. And you can also see the inaugural champs. You were there. You were the host of the UAAP.
Was I? Yes, I was. Once again, acknowledging the presence of UAAP Sports inaugural MLBB champions, UE Zenith. Warriors. Real quick, I think Rockhart and Nice were trying to explain exactly what UAAP Esports was. The reason why it's such a big deal and why it's such a landmark in MLBB and esports history in the Philippines is because, yes, there have been multiple collegiate tournaments, collegiate programs that support esports, but here for the first time, it has been acknowledged by one of the major academic organizations that are actually governing these schools' athletics. It's not just sports. It's not just esports. It's all of these schools' athletics. That's what the UAAP is. And now finally, it's part of that long-running and prestigious tournament line of UAAP. Hence why we're welcoming UE Zenith Warriors with such warm embraces here in the arena.
That just means that esports is here to stay, MLBB is here to stay, and of course it wouldn't all be possible without the support of the fans. And as you can see, a lot of people are here flexing their messages to our
afternoon, welcome to Chessy Gaming.
Well. Happy birthday to you, Boss Greg.
Boss Greg.
Yeah, this is game number 2 ay game number 1, match number 2, RSG versus Blacklist International.
The frown.
Hintayin lang natin tong ano, tawag doon,
The proper bright
technical pause.
so that the pictures that, yeah, see, we can all see the pictures that they're flexing. It takes
Ang kati ng ilong ko ngayon. Hindi ako nakapag-open mic kagad.
fans.
Yan, welcome to Chessy Gaming. Shoutout sa mga viewers natin from various platforms natin. Kay Macrens TV, Chessy Gaming Plays, sa ating Facebook channel, Chessy Gaming. Shoutout sa mga viewers natin dyan. This is the battle for survival. Mga teams na alanganin yung pwesto at naghahabol ng puntos. Yan. As of sa standing natin, RSG PH still have 1 point. 1 point. And Blacklist International have none. Wala pang ano. May naipinalong game pero yung puntos na galing sa mismong matches wala pa. Kaya a must-win match para sa magkabilang team nito.
Only 16 years old, but with the previous performance, especially yesterday, it's like he's a veteran. It's like he's been playing in MPL for since.
All right, welcome back. Y'all saw a little bit of a nice and rock hard, but you were saying it's like he's been playing for how long now?
For how I have no idea.
That long?
That long.
Not as long as
Ilang
rock hard
ilong
been here,
ko?
but
Since season 1. Yeah.
that's rock hard. But you know, I guess we're gonna say like since season 6, season 7, you know, like around the OHEBs.
Yeah, please do like and share ang ating live stream para mas marami tayong makasama ngayong araw.
There's a lot that we can consider going into this matchup as we try to get things going on.
Yeah, that's why we have, we'll be heading to a very short break. Stay tuned, grab some snacks, and we'll see you in a very, very short while.
Marami rin siyang nabago sa buhay ko. Kumbaga, part din talaga siya Kilala niya.
Desk. Once again, my name is Ingan. Together with me is Leo, and the match right now that we're about to witness again is RSG Philippines going up against Blacklist International, who have yet to win one game, let alone one series.
I think Blacklist has one game on record across all their series, and then RSG has a series
Series win.
and a game or two here and there. It's TNC who's struggling,
Yeah.
for sure. But with that said, again, the match at hand, a best of 3 between these two. I think the draft is set. It's just we need to make sure that our players have the best competitive experience possible. Because again, we can expect a lot of just intricate
Yeah.
mechanics coming in from both junglers, right?
Yeah.
Irad and MP the Ling.
I like it. MP the Ling and Irad's Lancelot again will be going head-to-head. So we can expect a very exciting match once again from these two mechanically gifted junglers. And apart from that as well, we can also highlight the XP laners because this is the 5th or 4th iteration of Blacklist International. We've seen Dilar play 2 games, and now this is Lord JM's 2nd game for Blacklist.
And we have Oheb jumping in, having outplayed Sit out this one for now.
Out.
Compared to RSG, who has a relatively stable lineup despite the sudden departure of Nats at that, it seems like Nibor was just ready to step up to the plate.
Yeah, 16 years old, ready. When his name is called, he'll be there. He's ready. He shows up, and we've seen it a lot of times, even during previous international tournaments, especially with the Edith. Sorry, I got.
Nibor, you get it. So you were saying, the Edith.
Sorry. Because what I like about Nibor is he's not afraid to be the anchor of the team.
Oh, no, he's ready. He's
Yeah.
just
And one of the things that Coach Panda told us during the interview was that Nats left a lot of advice, a lot of lessons for Nibor, and I'm pretty sure Nibor picked it up because we've seen him whenever he has his heroes, especially the Edith, he's the one controlling the game, he's the one initiating. I remember there was a game he was 0-0-8, unkillable, all the setups with the Earth Shatters, but this time, I forgot what his pick was.
here today.
Ruby! No.
No, it wasn't.
That was
Ruby.
Blacklist. That was Blacklist.
Yeah.
They swerved from the Ruby Gold lane to the Ruby XP lane on the hands of Lord JM, but for RSG Philippines,
Yeah, we'll get a
see it from
long and short of it is RSG. It doesn't feel like they lost out. I can honestly, with about 95% confidence,
yeah.
say that whatever lineup they have now, despite the entry of their new Cebuano pickup as a sub in the XP, I'd like to think they're gonna get by.
Yeah.
Very fine,
They're
very
gonna get
well.
by. I like that.
Very well.
I like that. And apart from that, former teammates are also facing up. MP the King going up against Kosei. They've shared the championship back in MPL Cambodia
Oh, my
Season 5.
Mao.
This is why I love sitting beside you.
That's what they say. That's what they say in
I
Cambodia.
can't expect.
That's the Kamai cheer. Like remember when Harada Miki and now Sinang goes, oh my mouth.
By the way, if you've been watching a lot of Leo's cast, whenever there's someone who growls or barks or it's him. It's
You
not the
sound
in-game sound.
defensive, Ingan. Be proud. Be proud of the sounds you make, man.
It's not me.
This is a privilege to have the microphone up on MPL Philippines. But wait,
Oh,
is this true? Irad's all-time Lancelot stats? 6 times over the course. 50% win rate. Not bad. To
6
think-
times only?
To think a good chunk of those were up against the young goat.
Yeah. And also, he spent a lot of time in MDL. Like I think 3/4 of Season 1. He's been picking a lot of Lancelots.
So maybe more picks
than
there.
6. Yeah.
But that's global. That's global ban.
Not yet during Season 1.
No,
Not
it
yet,
wasn't?
not yet. Global ban started in MDL Season 3.
So they just allowed it. He just got his hands on the Lancelot plenty, huh?
It's honestly just Lancelot or Link for Irad.
Oh,
He
wow.
rarely plays the Fredder.
That's why he's called the mechanic.
The mechanic, the eradicator. Irad once again stepping up for RSG Philippines. They're gonna rely a lot on his mechanical skills, especially going up against a very mechanically inclined player, MP the King, who could have forget their wonderful run back in MSC. Odds against them, stacked
Yan,
against
we're
them.
back.
Still, he was able to pull off an amazing.
Yan, shoutout sa mga viewers natin. May technical pause lang tayo
He
sa side ng Blacklist International.
This
But
time, not not yet looking good for Blacklist International. I get
Maganda
it. I
yung
get
magiging ano ngayon eh, match up. Parehong gigil. Manalo yung magkabilang team na to.
Is a big factor. Whether you're a
With
skillful
RSG
player,
with 1
whether-
point,
yeah, it's really exciting.
and Blacklist International with 0.
Just in case you guys missed,
Kumbaga malaki yung hinahabol ng magkabilang team. Aalis ba ngayong araw yung ano RSG with 2 points na o makakabawi o makahanap na ng Blacklist International yung unang puntos na gusto nilang makuha. This is ano bakbakan ng mga mga assassin with MP the King Sling and
Actually, like to mention,
Irad's Lancelot.
bit far 'cause it concerns RSG. It concerns SRG rather from Malaysia. But just of the story, as Coach Arcadia says, chemistry is really important. But I think we're about to enter the land of Dawn once again. Again, this is Blacklist International looking to get their first series win against the Raiders. MP the King with the Ling. And
Blacklist International versus RSG PH. Match number 2, game number 1.
To come to a head. I'm wondering what kind of emblems we're rocking here this time around. Irad with the Impure Rage.
oh, he wants that burst.
Interesting. Oh, there you go. All right, confirmed now. Nibor is rocking the Phobius. And then his lane mate, Lord JM, got the XP lane Ruby. Not the usual Ruby.
Yeah.
In gold these days.
This time it's the
MP the King with Ling, Exhort, Vexana, Lord JM with Ruby, Haji with Grok, Oheb with Nathan,
Everyone's been picking up the
Kosei, ano ba to? Kari, Zasper Aqua, Lancelot ni Irad, Light with Johead, and Nibor with Phobius.
If Nibor gets his groove, I think this can easily be RSG's game.
Yeah, for sure. Because again, momentum-wise, RSG, despite losing last night, they put up a great match against the defending world champions. In the face of inevitable cheese, in the face of a Hanabi
Pasensya
Lolita,
kung ngongo
they put up a good fight.
Oh my
So here
Nandiyan
now,
na tayo
against
ngayon.
Blacklist, who still arguably
Hipon.
struggling, finding what chemistry they could get on, what lineup works.
Yeah, this is the fifth iteration, fourth or fifth.
It's a fifth.
Fifth. Basically, every single series they play in, it's a different lineup.
Yeah, with a 10-man roster, that's something that Coach Bonchan and the coaching staff of Blacklist International can afford. So far,
They have 10.
2 minutes in, that's a maximum.
Yeah.
300 gold lead for Blacklist International as the turtle spawns in the upper corner.
Oh.
Hodge just walks away. All right, luckily there's a wall, and then just not so far off is a turret. Definitely help with the earthen force.
Imagine that was a Grok, and the only damage coming in from Light was the smart missiles. You could really feel the buff added to the Jawhead.
Yeah, but just the same, it's physical damage. So
It's
Grok
physical.
is fine. Imagine if Jawhead was magic.
Oh, it's gonna burn down Haji.
Would have run through. We could have seen first blood.
Relatively slow game to what we expected, because there's a Ling and a Lancelot. But this just means that both teams are capable of contesting for this very first turtle. But as you mentioned, you've been mentioning that the thing that makes Jawhead works is that if it gets a snowball early on.
Oh yeah.
If it's on the receiving end, it's not gonna work. But this time, I
Right.
think Light is very comfortable with Jawhead.
Light just has to walk up, trigger the smart missiles, and then whoever's up in front, whether it be a chunky boy or a softie, has to think twice. Ira jumps into the pit, pulls out the turtle. Nibor holding the pixel brush. Here we go, checks in.
Whoa.
And there's the ejector, or JM in trouble, knee deep in
Ganda
enemy
pagkakahabis
territory.
ni Light
And
dun,
the
ah.
EG draws first blood on the Light. And a little bit more damage. Down goes MP. Nibor takes him down. 1-for-1 the trade. Lord JM down as well. Look at the mechanic behind enemy lines.
Grabe,
Punctured
nagpakitang
here,
gilas si
punctured
Irad.
there. Haji down low, exhort as well. You know what? I called it a win for RSG.
It's really a win. They got 2 for the price of 1. Who's gonna fall? It's the only Light who fell down for
Good
RSG
trade.
Philippines.
This is a great trade.
What a great initiation. Again, the ejector coming in from Light.
Pass
from
at the
Lord
passer.
JM,
Pass.
Plus the pickup
Pass
onto
Rainin.
MP the King. That was
Shoutout
never
sa iyo.
actually
Salamat sa
brought down
pag.
MP, but
Lahat
look
ng
at the
ating
turtle.
live stream.
Go MP the King ever, the sharpest retribution. Michael and
MP the King secures the
Well,
turtle.
to be fair, Ling has a longer sword. I think.
Yeah, he does.
Yeah,
I think.
I think.
He goes on walls. Lancelot can't.
Yeah, Lancelot can do the Thorn Rose, but not Finch Boys. But right now, Blacklist still was able to find the trade. No casualties during that turtle fight. Blacklist secures the very first turtle. And going back to the statistics ever since yesterday, whoever gets the first turtle 12 out of 17 times wins the match.
That's why I think, you know, to the contrary of what the metagame has been for like the past 2 years, you can't just trade turtles anymore.
Yeah.
But Wami was right. He mentioned last night that if you want to give out the first turtle or even the second, you have to get something in return. Nothing comes for free.
Yeah.
That's why I hope out of 17 times, they win is because that's a snowball
Okay.
off the back of that. So now, given how the earlier trades were into Blacklist side, they need to work on that.
Irad, nakita
Again,
dito si ano, si Haji.
200, 300 gold up.
Yeah, a correction. 12 out of 17 when it was, I believe...
In terms of gold, ano pa sila,
Not
dikit?
quite sure what it is now. But so far, Blacklist on a good position. RSG still has small lead over Blacklist. And we can expect this to snowball if ever
In
Light
terms of
gets a good
ability-wise,
objective coming in.
lamang si ano,
Now,
si
this is why
MP the
I
King
hate
with
playing,
Ling. Kumbaga madali siya makaka-rotate, madaling makaka-ikot, and the rest po sa kakampi niya.
Good for checking brushes.
The question is kung meron bang enough damage ngayong early
because it's not an instantaneous
early
Yeah.
stage ng
It's
laro
damage over
natin.
time, plus the slows. It's something that... Oh, wait. Irad
You were saying?
showing exhibition.
Ito,
No, he was
Irad,
saying something.
nakakapagpo.
That's why he stopped.
That's right.
I'm saying that it's not something you immediately notice.
Yan, shout out sa
When
mga
your
viewers
life bar
natin
goes,
from
gets
Facebook and
depleted,
YouTube.
You'll know it's Aqua's fault.
Please
You'll
do
know
like
it's
and
Zach's
share ang
fault.
That's right. When you just
ating
look at the death replay, the numbers.
Authorized Restream ng MPL-PH Season 14, Week 3, Day number 2, which is
spawning point,
match
upper
number
quarter
29
of the
Blacklist
map, 6
International
minutes in.
versus RSG.
We're here unafraid to try and pull the turtle out. Light holding the pixel brush. And now Irad putting a few beads on Lord JM. Amazing work again. The micro involved over the map, cross map, top to bottom. RSG taking control here now. The turtle, 3/4 remaining. And there's
Lord.
a one Nightmare spawn. And the EG drop. Turtle down to a 10th of its health. Who's gonna take it? Big shields and big damage up. And there's the Force Tempest of Blades. Looking for one dash and through, 4 blades through.
Light is
goes
down.
down.
Irad pa na ako,
scores.
walang
MP
lord.
the King
Kaya
down
MP the
once
King,
more. Nibor gets a
dahan-dahan,
kill.
bumabasak
Double kill
dito.
for Exhort. And now the flicker
Ang
spent.
RSG
Irad find them.
PH 2-1
Thorn
trade
Rose, they
in
let go.
favor of Blacklist
Luckily,
International.
Blacklist was able to
No,
evade,
no,
but
no.
Irad is still here. The Eradicator making sure not to let the agents go home. Nightmare One is there. Is he gonna go for it?
And there it is!
Wow!
The Phantom
Double
execution!
kill for
Irad
Irad.
gets two. The puncture on
Hindi
the
na
way out.
pinawas
Lord
Exot at
JM
saka si Lord
falls.
JM.
Irad!
Ganon ka-asimple,
The
ganon
Lancelot
ka-greedy.
God!
Ang Lancelot
The
ni Irad,
Eradicator!
grabe
And as we
yun.
look at the replay, 99.9% of players would actually just let it
Boom.
pass, let it go, but not Irad.
He ain't Elsa,
Walang
he's Irad.
uwi.
He just won't let things go. That was calculated. That was cold. And just not frozen quite yet. But amazing work. That puts RSG up by about 1,000 gold.
Right now, Blacklist really needs OHEB to be activated right away, especially when it comes to the very first Lord. Again, we know Nathan is a late game hero.
Palong-palo si Irad dun.
Same mechanics with the Moskov. But so far, OHEB 0-0-0. Still in a good position, getting his farms, getting his items compared to Kosei. Still good. But if
Still here,
he
Irad,
manages to
pinupok lang
execute
dito,
this
3v3,
amazing
light
Lancelot
the
play,
position
Blacklist is gonna have a
ni
hard
Bor,
time
reres po sa
trying to
mid
extend
lane.
this match to late game.
Here's what's scary. Again, we were
Hinintay natin yung
playing,
pick-up play na kayang gawin ni ano ni Light with the Jawhead.
engagements.
Nakita na ito kahapon sa WS ano, against
What?
You have Light, you have Irad, and you have Nibor. All of these three heroes, Lancelot, Jawhead, and Phoveus, have a free go into the back line of Blacklist.
Yeah.
So you mentioned how OHEB needs to get farm up. Consider this, what if he has his farm? And what if Ari just gets to him first? Who's to protect him in the back line? Lord JM?
Yeah, we've actually been seeing
AP Bren.
that happen to
Nakalimutan ko yung laro,
so
no?
far, not yet OHEB because OHEB's not
This is the first Lord ng ating laro.
dealing with the unstoppable force, dealing with the
Yung dalawang jungler natin nasa taas,
So far,
naghahanapan.
MP the King's the one suffering, but later in the late game, I do agree it's gonna be OHEB. It's gonna be the Filipino sniper, the main target of the Raiders. But right now, the Lord has spawned. I believe no one got the third turtle because of what happened with Irad.
Yep.
This time, still, two teams are poised to contest. for
Excuse
the
me po.
first and third.
Sinisipon tayo.
Oheb can't dodge the bullet. He cannot be an absentee gold laner.
Yeah.
It's closer to his lane now unless he decides to switch it up, avoid all sorts of conflict. But here it looks like RSG are trying to pull out a quick one, draw the Lord's ire, and maybe even force Blacklist to respond. Look at the bush control. Look at that river bush, pixel brush, the one near the rock Ursa.
Everything. They love brushes.
It all belongs to the Raiders.
Yes. High ground control for RSG. MP the King resulting instead for the split pushes onto the top lane. And now 5 members of the Raiders are here. MP can still follow up with his Lord. Lord James trying to look for that hook.
Oh.
Oh!
Defensive wild charge on the Haji. Put him down to a third of his health. Able to back off, regen up. Now at half, he'll be able to join in. Oh, look at this kneeboard in the back line. Lord here forced to walk the long way around. Not in retribution range. MP the King still pushing. Gets that tier 2 up top. And just like that, RSG, they know that there was enough time bought for Black there. That's a small victory for the agents.
High IQ play for Haji. After MP the King got the first turret into the top lane with that Guardian's barrier, MP the King was just freely pushing, freely farming, and looking at the stats, but wait, the jungle matchup we're all been waiting for.
Here we go.
It's MP the King versus Irad.
Out on another
Ganda ng pinasok doon. Makakatakas na si Irad.
Buying time, holding the orange long bush.
Grabe.
Both players call it touche.
It's a match, it's a match. It's a stalemate.
Okay,
It's a draw.
Deadlock up top.
It's a draw, it's a draw, it's a draw. But right now, one major objective will make sure that one team will come up on top. 11 minutes in, we have yet to see a Lord dance. We saw action coming from the opposite lane from
Ng RSG PH.
The brush control of RSG is just there.
Truth be told, it's difficult for Blacklist to actually check these brushes relatively scot-free. Like, nothing comes for free because, look, sure you can throw in some free spells from Exort.
Wait lang, may technical problem din tayo. Ayusin lang natin to.
Yeah.
But even that will put you in danger. Like, can just
Here's from RSG Philippines can actually go for the backline, but right now RSG poised to take this Lord away.
Oh.
Haji will be able to reset it for the
There's
ejector!
one! We were just mentioning how Lord James could pop like that, and now the Lord docks up all of RSG.
Oheb, nakakuha si Libor.
Comes MP the King trying to
MP
take
the
out
King,
Irad,
nakakuha
and
si
down he
Irad.
goes. Kuseido with the punish, and now Oheb looking low.
2v1, Kusei Haji versus Exot.
Almost taken down, and he
Inabot ni
does.
Kusei si Haji.
Kusei taken down two.
Tatlo ang baksak sa Blacklist International with RSG, dalawa.
The Raiders go straight for the Lord.
What a clash! from
Target
both of
lock
these
na
teams.
dito ang RSG at makukuha walang contest sa Lord.
I mean, Irad picks up, MP the King rather, picks up the kill onto Irad.
One of them. There was a lot of things.
There was a lot that happened, but one thing for sure is the instant replay shows that Lord James is the first man down for Blacklist, but a counter-attack coming in from the setup from Haji.
And the Lord.
And the Lord.
That's why RSG killed it. This was Black Lord.
Okay. So MP has the upper hand right now. He can safely say that MP the King died first during that clash.
And then eventually, the backliners from RSG were just in a better spot. That's why Blacklist got punished.
Look at the contrast from the first series to the second series. 13 minutes in, the lead of Blacklist is 85. Compared to the 9-minute mark of game number 1 of Fnatic, Onic versus Omega, which reached 14K.
They're a different beast.
Different beasts.
Same species, different beast.
Oh!
MPL-PH players! One more time! Irad versus MP! And Irad walks away with a dub! Underneath
Nag
tier 2 down
1v1
bottom.
rematch sa bottom lane.
Are
Irad
you
takes the
not
kill.
entertained? These two junglers, they have a match of their own. They don't care about the 5-on-5. They just want to go for the 1-on-1 as the Lord marches out on the top lane.
And that might be a grave mistake because Blacklist needs all the bodies on the map to defend. Irad pushes through one turret, works on another. Top lane gets taken down, an inhibitor for Black. That's permanent damage for their base. Permanent damage that they continuously need to tend to. And they almost lost the tier 2 down bottom.
And looking at the items, full build already for Kosei. Last picks up the Malefic Roar. So far, a while ago or earlier, it was a display of who has faster hands. But with the game going into the late game, it's gonna be who has the faster hands to buy and sell those Winter Crowns, those Immortalities. But Haji throws someone there.
Pumasok, Haji. Kusay nakuha ni Lord JM.
Now look at this, deep in
Oheb!
goes Iran.
Grabe yung damage dito ni Kosei.
Oheb, Aqua gets the kill.
Di
Run,
pa
Exo,
pinapata.
run. Nibor's gonna catch you. He lets go. And just like that, 2 free kills for RSG.
Dominators descend to dominate the Filipino sniper. This is why Aqua is one of the most underrated players, not just in MPL Philippines, but all over the world. At 207 for that Sask. As Black tries to delay the push of RSG Philippines, the Raiders looking for that pickoff. They have to conceal as they take down Inhibitor on middle lane. So far, 5-11 scoreboard. RSG this time has a huge lead.
In a flash of light, Light just takes down one in a flash. I don't think Lord Jam was expecting that. None of us were expecting that. Not that quick.
No one expected that. But one thing for sure is Blacklist are still
5 seconds for the next Lord. Iko-contest ba to ng Blacklist International o masisecure ulit ng RSG PH?
And this is what you were saying a while ago. It's so easy to go right after Oheb. A lot of people are going right after Oheb, not just Nibor. Every single one of the Raiders wants to go right after the Filipino sniper.
Check it out, Lord here down to 1/10 of its health. All 5 members of Blacklist right behind them.
Pumasok dito, Lord JM with Nibor. Ang layo ng ano ni Light dito, ha?
Still unable to eject. Tempest of Blaze spent it already.
Lord JM nakuha si Light.
Taking down the Lord. RSG though, all 3 members low. Here comes
Pero pumasok si Irad. Irad, bala kumuha nito ng...
looking to finish the job. Skewering members down.
Oheb is down. Tinarget lock with Haji. Double kill. Pero hindi pa tapos dito. MP na king nakuha si Nibor.
Cold in his tracks.
Hingang malalim.
A Lord marching down mid for the Raiders.
5-1-5 for the Eradicator. He's out of his mind. This Lancelot pick just proves that Irad
And double
is
na
the
ba tayo
better
dito?
player so far.
This is 4v3 4v2 sa side. Oh, nakuha pa ni ako si Lord JM. Tower lock na, target lock para sa Raiders. Game number 1 goes to RSG Philippines.
Game 1 did not disappoint, especially for the Raiders, and you can see this man leading them to victory. Lancelot 515 KDA. I cannot explain how Irad pulled that off. That's why panel, please explain what happened during this game.
Well. Explanations isn't really necessary for this one. I feel like it was just a sword fight all throughout, man.
Yeah.
That was fun to watch.
It was.
Wow.
I had to check. Did Ingan say eradicated?
He got eradicated.
Hey,
I want to say, man, we saw a mad rad here. He's a mad rad.
you saw a mad rad.
He's a mad rad, bro. I was impressed. At the same time, very amused and entertained. But
That
at
was
the
good.
same time, they really did showcase the capabilities of those junglers, man.
I love the, okay, if we just talk about the jungle matchup, it was great.
Yeah.
MP the king, but he was up against Irad. And it was like, if you don't know them very well, again, Irad, very good. Obviously, I shouldn't even say good. Just amazing at the Lancelot. Like he just showcased here, put on a clinic for this. Very great performance. And when you put it up against 2 junglers who are known for these assassin picks in these specific eras too, you can get some pretty great fights, 1v1. But again, at the end of it all, MP the king is not going to be able to just carry the team through this because of, again, across from him, look what Irad does here even at this point of the game. He has highlights after highlights after highlights as we go through this.
It was actually interesting because in this specific fight right here, there was already a Lord assist, like a 4-man Lord knockup. Like, that's the best case scenario you could ever ask for if you're Blacklist International. And they still got basically pushed back here by RSG. So, Yeah, everyone's so busy with these jungler 1v1s. I really.
This feels bad.
Oh my god! And this was a Ling initiation, right? This is
Yeah.
the Ling initiation. So you gotta ask yourself, are these dives by MP the King necessary in some of these scenarios?
I think it's a good point, Rockhart, because going back to what Coach Arcadia said, and he knows the attitude of MP the King, and I mean, going against this, like you can see MP the King was really trying to start some of these fights and get things going, and that might be what he has to do in some cases, but still, the team just wasn't able to pull through as
Oh my
a
God.
unit. You know what I mean? And like even with this happening here with Irad, that's the thing. Blacklist International, whatever iteration or combination we've seen from them,
Yeah.
has not looked like one unit. Like it looks like individual players doing things. And that's the biggest thing that they have to adjust, and hopefully they can, because week 3 is almost done.
Yeah, it's also painful to watch if you think about it. If you're MP the King, who literally tore up like a hole in space-time, I think, all the way up in Cambodia, using the exact hero that Irad was using against him.
Love the call from Leo too.
Yeah.
Little from what was that, MSC 2022? I think it was, or
Yeah,
no, 2023. Sorry, it was Cambodia 2023.
Cambodia,
yeah.
right.
And
Oh man.
yeah,
I feel like
it's crazy because like again when you look at this, it's just wow, a whole lot of Irad too.
are you surprised even? I mean, he definitely did. He's not the solo carry, right? He's not. That wasn't
Yeah.
a solo carry performance. There were a lot of highlights. Obviously, with the capabilities of Lancelot, you have to do that dip and dive. But yeah, he actually did help out a lot as well in terms of keeping the carry in the momentum, keeping everyone in check, keeping basically stopping Lord JM to overthrow them, or Haji to smash him with crowd control in the whole web going crazy, going laser on people, right? So I feel like it was a very interesting performance from Irad. Obviously, he got most of the gold. It just so happens, but I feel like that wasn't exactly the goal here for Irad. His goal was to get as much attention as he can on him, so the rest of the team can flourish.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, even looking at this, our casters pointed it out. This lineup that RSG brought to the table, Phoveus, Jawhead, and even to an extent, like just having a Zask there that is, you always have to think about Zask, not only the amount of damage that he can do, but the fact that you can actually bait out quite a bit of attention and then just pop the Dominator's Descent. You know what I mean? So it's like an extra health bar-ish in a way, and then it's another thing to go over. So there's just a lot of utility that RSG was able to play around with, and why this lineup worked so well. And then in the back corner, you've just got Irad, like styling. You know what I mean? That's why it works so well.
Also, very underrated as well, aside from that, is the amount of space that you can actually buy. Yeah, like, you put a Dominator's
100%.
Descent there, no one's going there. Like, 90% of the time, no one is going to attempt, or no one's going to try to stand in your way. So that's something that you can use to kind of buy space for the carry. This is a no-go zone around here, and then just get the win condition.
That it's funny because you mentioned that Dominator's Descent. Dude, I would say that even just dropping down the Nightmaric spawn, like just the little guy.
The unpowered.
Like that is enough to zone some people out already,
Yeah.
Good to see you, Ingan. Get back
Good
on
job,
this.
Ingan. Get back to work. All right.
Good job. Eradicated. You know what I mean?
Eradicated.
So with that lineup that they had,
that's
the problem. They didn't have a way, or at least the most confident way, to get through those obstacles in front of them. And like you pointed out, whether that was a Zask, whether that was Light, whether that was a Phoveus jumping in the air, you know what I mean? Like, they just didn't have the right kind of tools to get through that, I feel like. And so even when you lock in a Natan, for example, like, you need to get to the late game. Like, that needs to be the Natan's moment to shine. But even then, I would say to an extent, like, Lord JM's presence in that game was not felt for me. Like, I felt like, Lord JM just was not able to find the picks he was looking for, set things up. And also, he just wasn't able to kind of be that front line to deal with, a lot of this, a lot of the pressure coming out from the Raiders here.
Yeah, we'll see if that's going to be you know, something that we can talk about later on, as we do have, I think, an interview here later on.
What
And
do
you
we
see a lot of
have?
people passing by. I love that, by the way.
Yeah.
I love that we're so on ground, right behind
We're
the
in the midst of
audiences,
it.
by the way. We have audiences right here behind us, and Leo just casual passing by, Ian passing by. I wonder what's the interview going to be like, because
I wonder.
who's going to be it?
Maybe UAAP?
UA.
Not sure.
Oh, I want
There's
to
so
see
many
that.
guests here.
Yeah, for sure. So whoever that is, we're going to find out right now. And they are enjoying themselves right there on the audience area.
I'm here with somebody very special. You've seen his stories online. We're here with the one and only, the very talented Skate. How are you?
Hello.
It's nice to have you here.
Yeah, thank you for having me here. It's my first time watching it live. Grabe yung energy. Whew, napapasigaw kami kanina pa.
Finally, because I see your stories online. Lagi kang gumagawa ng art para sa MPL.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
And yeah, thank you. Yeah, man, your hosting was really dope. Like,
Oh, thanks. Where does Skate come from?
Skate stands for siya, sila, kayo, ako, ikaw, tayo. It's a story of my friends, everyone around me. Usually pang-asar ko sa friends ko, but yeah, it's relatable to
So it's
people.
very inclusive. So it's basically
Yeah.
stories for everyone.
I like that.
That's so nice. So how long have you been an MPL fan?
Like I started watching like around 2 to 3 years na ng mga competition, but I've been playing ML for a long time na talaga.
So pag nanonood ka ng MPL, when do you decide na, gagawan ko to ng art? I have a vision for this. How do you come up with that?
Oh, usually I find it fun when I see you host, and then you're this big extrovert person, and ang daming introvert sa gaming scene, and you're like, hey guys! Tapos yung mga introvert parang, yeah, and it's fun.
And we really appreciate you kasi nag-post ka rin nung M5.
Yeah, there was this one, the one you hosted na napuyat lahat.
Yes.
Kasi sobrang tagal ng
Nag-extend.
game. And parang lahat kayo puyat ni Tito Mikey. And I did this for you. I mean, this is para sa mga puyat. Look at this.
Thank you. Ano to? See? Paano ako magpuyat? Nag-trending to all over online. Look how talented he is. And ito, nag-trending dito. Binigay mo to kay Alodia, di ba?
Yeah, that along then. It's from a story during pandemic then. And then it became an eggplant. A plushie.
So basically, nagsimula yung entire Skate during the pandemic. Lumaki ng lumaki.
I think it compounded nung pandemic. It started 2016 pa, but during pandemic, everyone was online. So I was making stories about work from home, being at home, and then, random stories. And ayan, this is you. See paano ako magpuyat. Yan, very cutesy, very demure.
That's so nice. Ito ba? Itong merch ba to? Like you make merch?
Yeah, I make merch, but usually for friends and creators, I make them for them. It's, yeah.
So, sino ba sinusuportahan mo sa MPL? Who's your favorite sa MPL?
Now it's Blacklist.
Oh, sino sa
Yeah.
Blacklist?
Now it's Oheb and Haji.
Oh, Oheb and Haji, the
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
originals.
Of
Now, how about you invite everybody to watch MPL? Let them know how much fun it is here.
Yeah, guys, I'm telling you, watch MPL live. Like, seeing it here and the energy and adrenaline ng mga tao, it's really cool. So, come watch it, guys.
Thank you so much. We really appreciate your support for MPL.
Of course.
Keep making stories. We're gonna repost it. And how do we support you?
Oh, we are online at Skate, SSKIT. That's across all socials. And of course, we have merchandise as well. We have, the talong and comic books and
Have the
plushies.
talong.
And
Thank
stuff.
you. Now, let's do this together, okay?
Okay.
We're gonna throw it to the panel. You say pasok. 1, 2, 3.
three.
Panel.
Pasok. Ay, sorry.
Pasok.
All right. Yeah, you just
He's
gotta
got a
basically
talong.
just work on it a little bit. But the talong's great. I
What's
love
a talong?
It. Eggplant.
Eggplant.
It still bothers me sometimes. Like, why is it an eggplant? It's not shaped like an egg.
You're asking the hard questions, Rockhard. I don't have answers to that, It's a great question.
But
though.
yes, obviously, very, very talented content creator there. I love his comics. Obviously, he has a very special art style. Anyway, very fun. For now, though, we have another fun thing here for the MPL Arena. It's time for the smart gameplay pose. I wonder what
What would our
we're gonna do
pose
that.
be?
Hashtag Power Smart. Just follow the player pose. If you are on stage, it's on the screen.
Oh.
Pretty easy. And you can win an in-game code. So That's
Oh,
pretty.
who
You
they-
got to do the attitude.
They got
you
to
gotta
do the
face.
attitude.
Right. You got to be, as the kids say these days, you got to be nonchalant.
Nonchalant?
Nonchalant.
Oh, no.
That's not nonchalant.
You gotta do
Come
it
on,
there.
do it with a face, man. We do
Come
it with a
on.
face.
You
Wait.
almost have to smize the camera, guys.
Yeah, man. You don't smile. Oh, how?
Oh, what? Okay, well, congratulations to him.
Wait.
He kind of had a serious face.
He did have a serious face, and they look alike.
Oh, there it is.
It feels like it's him.
Can I just say,
What?
I feel like I like this because we've evolved from the typical esports pose.
Yeah, we're done with that. We're done
Like,
with.
we're evolving here, Rockhart.
Yeah, we're evolving, man.
You know?
Just like the kids these days. Just like us, the kids.
We can still pass as kids, I think, at this point, you know?
Yeah.
But, you know, again, congratulations out there. Of course, we love to have all these things for our community out here. And
Yep.
like you heard during the interview, you know, it was his first experience watching in person, watching
Amazing.
in live. And I think that's a lot of people's actually reaction when they finally get to see this all live for the first time. And it's packed in here. I cannot anticipate the match after this, our star match.
Oh boy.
How kind of crazy it's probably going to
It's
be.
gonna get hot,
With
literally.
the Titans
Probably.
in here, you know.
Yeah.
But even this, like, this is packed, of course, and like just to put things in perspective, still, we heard, you know, they're rooting for Blacklist International. Blacklist International is going to be on the red side. RSG's going blue. Hey, they need a game 3 here, Rockhart, and like that's the thing. They don't have any points, and it's okay for a while. But as week 3 is almost done here, guys, like if you're a Blacklist International fan, I'm sure you guys are feeling the same way. Like you want
Yeah.
to see this team get a W, get some points, start to climb up the standings, because I mean it's an org that people have been supporting for the longest time, and it's tough when you're a fan like this. So let's say you're an agent
Well,
and you
man.
see the struggles here right now for this lineup.
Yeah, we have not seen heard agents roar for a few weeks now. We have
Yeah.
been waiting for that moment to come. It just so happens that, you know what, competition's tough here in the MPL Philippines, and they got to prove they are up to speed and up to scratch. Let's see if that's going to happen here as we head into game number 2's draft. And again, you said it best, man. They desperately
need
need
it.
that game free.
They definitely need it, and you know, I would still say that Blacklist International, like, they have those puzzle pieces, man. It's like, how do we just put it together? How do we get to a point where
Yeah, and we're here and we're back. This is
and
game
not just an
number 2.
individually talented lineup. You know what I mean? Like
Drafting
that's always my
phase,
biggest
a
thing here.
must-win game para sa
and
Blacklist
part of that,
International.
You know, might also
Naghahabol
come
sila
down to
dito ng
just kind of
puntos.
maybe
Naghahabol ng
adjustment
panalo.
in terms of
Kailangang
priority
makabawi
for
ni Coach Bonchan and the rest of Blacklist International. And for Coach Panda naman,
We're on the blue, immediately taking up the
they
lead.
need this win to get
What
a
do you do
point
for Blacklist International? Who are you to
and get
prioritize here? Who are you to
ranking up
if not, for example,
sa standings
I mean,
natin.
that's the thing. I think for the longest time, Blacklist International has been trying to build around MP the King. And to be honest, he has been going nuts. He has been going ham on his own. But if only it were a single-player game.
Would it be
If it was
Ohad?
only... Sorry.
So, yeah, go ahead.
I mean, MP the King, right? I feel
Yeah.
like MP the King has been going insane. But it feels like it's been a difficult... It's been a difficult trend for the rest of the team to actually follow.
Yeah.
In suit. And he's been playing heroes like the Link, heroes like the Joy,
Huh?
Yeah.
right? And so far has been having a tough time just literally carrying.
Just having a tough time, and that's why I'm saying, you know, I want to see them kind of shift the priority here a little bit. And
Back to
while we
Ohad, yeah.
wait for this, we wait for this second pick to come up. Phobius is there. Oh, he goes Ling again.
I mean, Link's still very powerful on its own, right? Like no matter how you turn it,
Yeah.
depending on the matchup, I feel like the Link's just really good. But then again, look at that. I feel like there is a way to deal with it, a way to chase it around the map as well. That Lancelot, so spicy from from Irad.
From Irad, yeah. I think that, like, even with this, though, without nitpicking too much, like, yeah, Ling's still great. Valuable hero, whoever ends up drafting it. You know how much pressure it can put. But the fact that they got the Phobius, too, I think is already a step in a better direction.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Because, like I was saying, when they had that Ruby previously, they weren't able to
Edith
get much space
and
to work
Zask
around with, but still the
ang
obstacle is
kinuha
there, man.
dito
It's still
ng
a Zask
RSG
in front of
PH.
them, and an Edith at that too. So, just like I was saying, you know, Ling is a valuable hero. Edith statistically has done a lot
Valentina.
of wonders for teams that bring it up and draft this hero. So the answer seems to be from Blacklist. Well, we
Tingin
might as
ko
well
ang
go ahead
kukunin
and
dito
try to
ng
take
ano
some
ng
offense if we can.
RSG for Irad
And
is
what else
Hayabusa.
gonna come up here from RSG? So they take up a Valentina.
And for Exort, I feel like
Kumbaga,
obviously
isa sa
it's
mga
a
ano,
stick up the cover
comfort
hero for
pick
this guy. Not
ni
to
ano
mention,
ni
it's great
Irad
to answer
sa
Disaster,
jungle.
number one. Number two, if you want to go a little spicier, you can maybe go for the Edith.
Yeah.
Edith great with heroes that have high magic damage as well, right? So can capitalize on that. Valentina very powerful Primal Wrath if you use it properly. But this time around, I feel like frontline might be the issue. Like the Phobius really just isn't enough to keep it together. The Grok was kind of mild
Yeah.
for some reason. I thought it would have played better. I feel like it could have been better. The Grok would have been like it should have performed better, but it didn't.
Ilos, Tigril.
Could have. Oh, good.
Laban na nga yung Hayabusa at saka ano,
Blackwell,
Ling.
man.
Tinanggalan ng hero
That-
dito
that's
si
the
ano
question, is, like, what do you take in the roam?
si
Blacklist
Irad,
International
pero
five.
bukas
I don't know
sinulan.
if the idea might be let's go with a pick-off-centric lineup.
Yeah.
Maybe they lock in the Cho if it's open.
Hey!
It's all right. That guy has had some better days. He might be tired. He might be
Maybe that's his watching MPL face.
watching MPL. Maybe he's a Blacklist fan. He's
Could be.
really sweating right now. But at the same time, can't lose faith. See a lot of agents out there, and I see them walking around. I see that Lunox as well.
Banned
Seems
out
to
again.
be- Huh. Did something happen over the weekend that we aren't aware
Well,
of? A lot of these Lunoxes are
The other
freaking-
regions are picking it up. You know,
Yeah?
not so much here, I would say, but other regions around the world and different MPLs are actually
So
picking
people
up
are like
Lunox.
preempting it, like, oh,
Yeah.
you guys are gonna do something, international.
That's one thing I
caliber.
always like looking at other regions is like what
Just
are
watch
they
it,
what are they
right?
playing? You know, what kind
Yeah.
of like we already have some interesting picks over here. What else is popping up over in other sides of the MPLs? But with that point, you're down to your last two
Really
picks
fun.
for both teams. Is this going to be a roam or is this the gold lane option? It looks like it's going to be the Jawhead.
All right.
That was left open. Jawhead Phobius. That's your front line. Like you have that covered now for Blacklist.
You know what? For Blacklist, that's actually easier to execute than a Grok.
Oh yeah.
A lot easier. Single target right on the
Point
docket.
click.
Point click. He's diving. He's flying. You know what? For the longest time, I thought Wild Charge was unstoppable force. I mixed up the
You
names.
mix them up.
And now, yeah. I thought Grok was the unstoppable force because he's a rock.
Technically, it makes sense,
Right?
right? Like, because how do you
And-
stop Grok? You know what I mean?
Yeah, and I thought Jawhead was the guy charging in, so he
Yeah.
thought that was Wild Charge. So,
That's a good way to put it. You
back in 2018, I messed those up.
know?
That was a long time ago.
2018.
2019, 2018.
Was
that
that
was a
season
long
one
time
or
ago.
two?
Season 2, free.
Wow.
That was the time where Jawhead was crazy.
Oh.
Hey, look, there's the Cho. I was actually thinking, you know what, maybe Haji could have picked it up, but no.
Sorry, I'm distracted. Amara's walking around right now
With a big-
with the talong.
The big
with a big
eggplant.
eggplant walking around.
Yeah, man. I mean, that's very distracting. It's almost half as it's half her size, by
I
the
was
way.
gonna say it's pretty large.
Oh my god. All right. Sorry, guys. We just saw them on the corner of our eyes. There's amazing stuff happening here. You just see people walking around. If you walk around here, you'll probably bump into us. So you watch if you have the time.
Definitely come out. Waiting for this last pick. Gold lane. What is it gonna be? Oh, we got a pretty. Oh, Bruno. All right, it's just Bruno.
All right. It's not the easiest thing to play, and you know it's gonna get hunted down here. You just need that purify, but the Cho's gonna look for you. The Edith's gonna look for you.
Yeah.
And imagine a Nolan looking for you. I don't envy Oheb right now, but at the
Yep.
same time, I have high hopes because of the high crit rate. Maybe if they can squish down the front line quickly. maybe they can
Nolan
get
nga
something
ang
done.
kinuha dito ni
Maybe.
Irad.
Yeah.
Again, just big maybe.
I would say the best thing about Bruno is the fact that he's just a turret destroyer. Like, he can be, you know what I mean? Like, you can actually just leave him, do his thing, knock down these turrets, and then show up later on for those matches. You get
Yeah.
one last look here of the lineups. You know, this is better off for Blacklist International, though, I'll say, for Game 2.
Yeah, spicier, definitely easier to use, and I wonder if it's going to be enough for RSG to take down, though. Will he close it out, or will Blacklist pushes the game free? Let's ask Leo and Inga.
We have here game number
Right after an ecstatic
Two.
game number 1, Blacklist looking to even out the series. MP the King.
Makakabawi ba yung agents dito?
So this time, Irad is gonna switch it up.
O tatapusin ng Raiders ang seryeng to?
Oh,
Early action.
Grabe, early game. Aqua.
Fourth of his health.
Light.
Pinunaw dito si
Light with the
Exort.
TPs. But you know, overconfidence can be your main enemy, can be your number 1 enemy here. They have to watch out again. OEB has his Bruno, one of the more self-sufficient gold laners compared to, oh, what an early flicker from Light!
Ganda ng pasok doon. Si Light. Sinubukan nilang kunin si Exort pero nakaharang si Haji.
They're all right. Look at Irad. Look at Irad.
But Haji knows.
Checked in by Haj.
Haji knows. He knows. So it wasn't overconfidence for the side of Light. It was a tactic. He was just merely baiting out Exort, wants to go for the early first blood kill.
But his former teammate did not flinch.
Yeah.
Not at all. And Exort knows what it's like to be next to Light. And he must have known like what was going on in his mind. Now Light can be just coming in time, seeing, hey, Irad, he took your small camp.
He took your small cap. And looking at, in terms of comfort, for
Whoa!
whoa.
Uy!
The kick was
Irad, nakakuha na si Exort. First blood pass side ng RSG and we're going to a technical pause once again.
The comfort of RSG Philippines is showing. They're really comfortable with the picks that they have.
Ganda nung ano doon, pick of play.
And Nibor recently, one of the best Edith users even prior to MPL-PH.
And shoutout sa mga viewers natin, Chessy Gaming, kay Macron's TV, and Chessy Gaming Plays. Shoutout sa inyong lahat.
But again, we still can't deny the fact that MP the King still has his link.
And we're also live sa Chessy Gaming sa YouTube channel natin.
It is. This is Nibor's family.
Sino ang ano nyo dito? Inyong bias?
Wait, I'm trying to read.
RSG ba o Blacklist International? Parehong naghahabol ng puntos pero mas malaki yung kailangan habulin ng Blacklist International at kailangan dalhin tong match na to to game number 3.
I think with that kind of support and that kind of raw talent, and of course the discipline.
Yan, troubleshooting, care of Blacklist International.
And I actually can read this body language even outside.
During game number 1, nagbakbakan yung mga natin, mga
Properly.
assassin jungler natin. Lancelot versus Ling. Right now, it's Nolan naman versus Ling.
Speaking of pressure,
Tinanggalan o nireduce
I'd be so pressured.
yung pick ng mga assassin heroes para kay Irad.
I hope I get picked as a super fan or to be interviewed by Mara in the Infinix game Tambayan.
As much as possible, you really want to be picked as a super fan because Mara randomly gives out 3,000 pesos, not diamonds.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure that's not English or Filipino. Next.
Next.
Oh, look at
Okay.
this old school jersey.
That's a king of the jungle.
The King of the Jungle. Ayos yung picture. Kailangan pag nag-kayo ng live sa MPL, marami kayong baon na pictures eh.
Talents of Brigida and Chantel. With one of our super fans actually, this is Wujin, his IGN.
Nice to see some familiar faces in the crowd. Folks, bear with us. In just a few moments, we will be back into the
Yan, while waiting for technical pause, pwede nyo ganihin yan. Drop
Yeah,
down your shoutouts para basahin natin dito.
iron out some kinks.
Yung shoutout kay Mark Benanueva Sereno, kay Macrens TV, na-cross post tayo sa page niya. Thank you very much sa walang sawang pagsuporta.
Esports.
Kay Lira Pael, thank you bro. And kay Azarcon Marnil, sa mga masugid natin supporter dito sa Chessy Gaming.
The agents.
The agents, since they
And shoutout sa mga ka-squadmates natin. May MCL ba tayo mamaya?
You're an agent, you're
Wala akong ticket eh.
You have a lot.
Wala tayong ticket mamaya. Wala akong ticket sa MCL.
It's a 10-man roster for Blacklist.
More players, more fans.
More players, more fans, more happiness. I think that's not the real face of Selena.
No, pretty sure that was the face of the very popular content creator.
Yeah, shoutout sa Vengeance Guild.
First name Choke.
mga kasquad natin dyan sa Vengeance Guild. Salamat sa ano,
This
sa
is what I-
pagbuhat sa akin kapag naglalaro tayo.
Everyone's
so,
ready.
They're so clever. They're so
Whoa.
on point. Pretty sure that's not Kufra. So it's a young child's face on
Imagine.
Kawawa yung mga inedit na
It's not just
picture eh.
random pictures. It's edits incorporating MLBB heroes.
Let your creativity shine through.
Yeah.
Let your
Oh.
your love
Oh,
for
Sailor Moon?
talents of players shine through. There's a saying, and I don't know if you agree with me. Once an agent, always an agent.
Basta pag manood kayo ng live ng MPL, magbaon kayo ng maraming picture.
Before I was.
So you,
Para pag natutukan kayo ng camera, marami kayong pakita.
that's what I call an oxymoron. That's a paradox.
Oh.
Because I believe it's true.
So, if what I said was an oxymoron, that's just a moron.
No, that's
Oh.
so far. All right, these edits are getting out of hand. Let me just say that. If someone has any more extra beanie trading cards,
What a plug.
I'm up on the red side of the stage.
What are you lacking? What are you lacking?
All of them.
All of
I would prefer.
So
I would
what are you
prefer-
gonna trade?
I would like a Colette, please.
Would you trade your Bane
No.
figure for
No.
all the mini pictures?
No. Shout out to Orb Studio.
Ayan, mini card daw. Sino gusto
How
makipag-trade?
about with Beanie photo cards plus the signatures
All 8?
for your Bane figurine?
I'll have to talk to if I can get another. You know what? I'll take it. Good deal. Good deal.
Grabe ah.
A lot of fans here supporting
Beanie
Well,
invades
given MVP with phenomenal
MPL-PH.
performance with his
Ganong
super
katindi to.
onslaught. This time it's a different story because again it's the Nolan up against
Sana
MP.
may increase na ng sahod. Yun
That I
lang.
can relate to.
I hope my salary increases. I hope I get a raise. That's what that says.
That I can relate.
You were saying about the mechanic, John Dari.
Diamonds.
Mechanic, Irad, of course.
Iyan
This
oh.
time, different.
Bebe time.
Hero, Nolan.
On the Nolan this time.
Nolan. You can assure that he can burst more heroes, but less of those.
Sana maambulan tayo ng diamonds. Galing kay Muntun.
I'd like to think I'm gonna theorize this time around, knowing what we know about the last.
Yan, shoutout sa mga core streamers natin. Both authorized and verified streamer. Shoutout sa inyo lahat. Salamat sa pagsuporta sa isa't isa.
Like 3 or 4 enemy heroes.
Yan, as of now, ano pa rin tayo? Tama ba?
You could really do that as a
Authorized streamer pa rin, hindi pa tayo verified. Hopefully, umangat tayo sa ano sa ranking din.
MPL days are
Para qualified tayo sa Diamond. As of now po is wala, 0 tayo dyan.
For example, we've seen 2 super fans of Haji there having a picture with the KDA machine. And man, it's so fun to be in the audience section during this time. Oh! I think I know who's the guy holding this right now. It's gonna be Midnight, of course, flexing his super bro, Umi,
Oh yeah,
Mr. Theo Ignacio.
coach of USD Tele Tigers Esports Club, and of course, season 13 Best Filipino Talent Award winner.
Yeah, and one of the not one of the most photogenic selfie man among all the talents here.
For sure.
But I believe I heard Director and I see Coach Ducky
That's Sent.
signaling.
It's not Ducky, it's Sent.
I thought it was Ducky.
It's okay, you're forgiven. We get confused. Back into the matchup here. Once more, 300, 400 gold up for RSG. Off of Iran's first blood kill onto Exort. His former teammate, wow.
Former teammates
Finally
now
they got him and they forced him to pop the Purify too.
pop the Purify plus the kill. So far that was a well worth the play coming in from RSG. Now a while ago, game number 1, it was MP the King who got the first turtle, but they unfortunately lost against the Raiders. This time gonna be a very first crucial neutral objective. It's gonna be a 4-on-4. Who's gonna set up first? It's gonna be Light or Nibor or Haji next sword.
All right, they popped the Nightmaric spawn. It's the Raiders first to the scene. Slight pull.
And we are back.
Advantage.
Eh, wala palang mic. Eh, meron nakala wala.
Wave in mid. And now Lord JM
Oh.
coming through the flicker.
Ganda ng pasok doon, pero may ipit si Lord JM, Nibor, and Irad. Pero Aqua takes the kill.
Off of him, Primal Rat that is, and that's him down. First
Irad secures
Saying this since game number 1.
the turtle.
Of Zask, The damage over time, the slows with the Dominator's descent clearly was there to bring down a member of the Blacklist. And RSG picks up the very first turtle here. But MP the King looking to answer right back. Haji, unstoppable force!
Catches Irad. Let's go. And back to business here. They clear out the Little Wanderer just as quickly.
Nebora.
Oh,
goes
the
in!
flicker and the kick by
Oh,
Light!
Light! Ang ganda ng pick-up na yun para kay Haji na ipit doon.
It feels like I'm
Si Haji,
watching Light. Like back in Season 9 when they were the champions, this is the Light that RSG needs.
Woo! And now Nivor pops the primal round.
Irad, re-rest pa rito. Lord JM, maiipit ba with Irad? Trying to get killing spree. MP the King nakuha si Lugo pero hindi pa tapos. Makakatakas dito si MP the King. Light giving vision. Giving the light na kailangan dito ng RSG PH.
RSG already has a 1k gold lead. Still nothing happening much onto the gold lane. More of them later on, especially with the very first Lord. But this time, you can see the aggression of Light. 0-0-4 with the show. Clearly is enjoying this game. A lot of TPs coming in from Light.
Yep, he's feeling himself.
Feeling himself up against a very good roamer in himself, Haji. Also
Mabalik na ba tayo sa prime Light?
hard to pull off a trope against
The long hair Light dati.
But the problem is Johet is on the receiving end right now, so it's also hard for Haji to pull
Again,
this off.
the answer is
Light
just
with
out
vision.
aggro
Ganda
dito.
ng position nito ni Light.
Initiative, take away his approaches, his angles. And look at that, Light's getting in his head. Light's trying to get into Haji's head. here with
Nagpailaw si Light.
Mind games from Light, the shot caller of the Raiders. And a quick fun fact.
We're
back
here
when,
on the second
they played
turtle.
SBS, I don't know if I think I can say this. Light was actually the drafter.
Nibor, Mid, maiipit dito, kawawa.
JM!
Lord JM is down once again.
And the turtle!
Pero sobrang blitz.
Okay, this was
Magandang
what you were
trade
saying
yun
a while
pasa
ago.
the Blacklist International. Nakapitas man ng hero. Dito ang RSG, nasecure naman ng Blacklist. Yung turtle, pero balak atong kumuha ng isa pang objective dito ang RSG with Haji.
And they let go. In mid though, look at this, the pressure continuing between Sword and Aqua.
I can safely say the dead lane of this game is the gold lane.
Yeah, they're just dueling.
I never saw our director pan it to the bottom.
Yeah,
I haven't seen OM and Gosek.
they're a deadlock in gold value too, like 3,600, 3,700. Slowly but surely, I think that's why.
Yan, shoutout sa mga viewers natin sa ano, boss natin medyo ngungo. Sinisipon tayo, pero tuloy ang laro, tuloy ang laban dito sa Land of Dawn. Aqua hinahabol ang tatlong members ng Blacklist International, pero ako pang nakuha si Haji. Oheb alanganin dito, pinasok ni Light. Oheb is down, Lord JM 3v1. Mapapanish dito si Lord JM. Tatlo ang baksak doon at walang nakuhang trade ang Blacklist International.
Light was the better footballer that time. Did you see the beautiful kick on
2K gold lead pa sa mga Raiders.
The better kicker amidst all the chaos, he was able to pick up the right target. Wow, Jose was able to evade that potential death, even in the presence of Lord JM MP the King.
No, I think this was all according to plan. Look at this, the cross-map play. Kuse was baiting a Blacklist.
Nibor takes, sorry, kasi nakuha na yung top tower doon ng Blacklist International. Mukhang ibang objective na dito ang kukunin ng mga Raiders.
Positioning, I also like how position this Dominator in the sense that you thought that they were right to retreat. He had the numbers game during that time.
That's right.
But once the Dominator's descent was casted, oh, you can feel it already, like Haji feels himself.
Woo! Underneath tier 1, Iran
Ay!
some way, somehow gets away with it.
Light.
Light, it's 3v, 3v1. Pero makakaiwas pa si Light dito.
Just one smart missile, he got missiles.
Yeah, missiles. Those are actually the times wherein, even if nothing, it didn't result to any death or tower takedowns, you know that RSG won the trade. Because that was a
Trying to get some visions dito for Blacklist International.
But still, the Eradicator.
Haji going to bottom lane. Depensa dito si Light.
Light looking to defend, I think.
It's 3B1, 4B1 in favor of the agents. The sacrificial lamb is light. Hindi,
Oh! Back! Dexter Martinez! He's feeling it!
pero same nung ginawa kanina, kumuha ng objective. Makakuha man ng kill, babawi tayo sa objective. Irad secures the turtle. Pero pinasok dito ni MP the King. Kusei is down. Hindi ba pala tapos sa trade dito ang Blacklist International?
They're gonna pick up 2 kills. Kosei's also gonna fall down.
We have here dito full views with Irad.
Intercepts the retreat.
Okay, there's no
Lord
Kosei.
JM and Exort able to back off. Alright, so far the score between Bates
Mukhang
and
pinok lang dito ni Irad. Light.
and the Kamai King. 1-1.
Irad, oh.
Underneath
Nagkasipahan sa ilalim. Irad nauwa si Lord JM, pero MP the King nandito na.
And the ejector.
Trying to burst dito si Nibor. Irad, in-out play. MP the King nakuha pa ni Light. Nakakuha pa, grabe. Tatlo ulit ang baksak sa side ng Blacklist International. RSG Philippines taking the lead before the Lord
0-2
spawn.
for Irad. We saw a glimpse of Irad a while ago. Lower left frame of our screen. He was already shouting. He's feeling himself. In fact,
Makikita na ngayon yung map control na meron dito ang mga raiders. Ni-raid na
amazing performance
ang
coming in
kampo
from the Eradicator, the
ng mga
mechanic.
agents.
You know, okay. We've talked about this during week number 1. Where does Irad lie amongst all the junglers? It was whether second,
Top
third,
lane,
fourth.
kaya bang kunin dito?
What's your
We
personal
have here
opinion on
Irad
so far?
and Nibor sa top lane. Kukunin dito yung red buff ng Blacklist International. Haji din nakahabol. Pero MP the King making his presence felt sa top lane. Pero Light with Aqua.
He's not having any of that. This is tier 1 level gameplay against Blacklist International.
Tier 1 level gameplay against
We have here the
Blacklist.
first lord ng ating bakbakan.
But Haji, okay, he has to get someone here. A while ago, you
Oh,
did
with
double force, but
Lord JM and Exort. Aqua conceal play kasama dito si Light. Kukuha ba ng isa? Haji. In-out lang din dito pero maiipit sa bushes.
Flickering on out, Lord JM. Oh, Infernal Wrath here, Infernal Wrath here.
Lord JM na naman ng napunish para side ng Blacklist International. Irad ang ganda ng pwesto. Waiting for the pick of play na pwedeng ibigay ni Light.
One member, Nibor goes in!
Nibor, tunay na ipok dito. Binibait ang members ng Blacklist International pero we're playing safe, sabi ng mga agents. Atras muna tayo. Mukhang ibigay na yung Lord para sa mga Raiders.
RSG, they score the Lord.
Raiders just making sure to not let Blacklist contest for this Lord. And if you would go back to that clash, I mean, I really want to commend Aqua. He diverted the attention of 3 agents with a good stun with the Dominator's Descent. That's why Lord JM was left to fend for himself. I mean, these Raiders right now are so in sync. It's like individually they're highly mechanically gifted, but as a group, it's just that they have one.
Ay one-on-one na naman sa baba. During game number 1. So one-on-one yung MP the King at Irad. Irad ang nakapuntos kanina. Mukhang gagawin ulit nila to for the second time. Pero dahan-dahang umaabani dito, minamaximize ng Raiders. Ng RSG, yung Lord take nila, nakuha nila. Yung huling outer tower dito ng Blacklist International. They're raiding the agent's base right now. Base tower na lang ang meron dito. Ang Blacklist International, the map control, the map presence, the rotation. Nandito in favor sa side ng RSG Philippines.
Imagine if he used the red lead and continued with another combo, he would have gotten OHEM.
But he would have gotten punished. That was an overcommitment.
Overcommit,
The discipline in this young man now.
He's just showing that he can dish out the damage, he can have
Blacklist
highly
International,
mechanical
kailangan
plays,
ito
but at the end
patience.
of the day, he's-
Patience is a virtue.
It's not a 1v1.
Yeah, it's
Hindi
hard.
pwedeng basta-basta ano agad eh, mag-engage sa mga pick-up lane na ginagawa ng ano, o binibait ng dito ng RSG yung ano, yung Blacklist International. Conceal play for Haji, maiipit doon sila pero makakawala pa. Haji, binoburst dito ni Kosei, Irad, nakakuha. Grabe, isa-isa bumabagsak dito. Tatlo, laban sa dalawa in favor of RSG PH. Kumakatok na dito ang Raiders. Nire-raid na ang base ng mga agents pero kinuha mo nila yung ano. Mukhang Lord muna ang priority dito ng RSG PH.
I mean, Nibor initiate whenever Nibor has his skills, has his flicker. That was
Dito
a good
winning si
skill
ano eh, winning si Nibor.
But instead of going right
Na
after Haji,
isacrifice yung ano niya eh, yung life niya basta makakuha or makapag ano initiate na magandang team fight na makakuha ng kill dito yung side ng RSG.
Even if it seems like he's over here, I'm pretty sure he doesn't have his flicker. I'm sure he's not gonna spend his flicker to intercept this engagement. He'll be like, nah fam, I'm gonna do it.
Imagine maybe 2-3 years ago.
We have here the second Lord of the game. Mapapauwi, dedepensa ang side ng Blacklist International.
Walking with Aqua, but
Pero Aqua nakita rito. Haji is na biktima. Ang na-raid dito, alanganin si MP the King. Aqua takes MP the King. Ira, di nahabol dito si Lord JM. Lord JM hindi na makakatakas. This is 5v2 in favor of RSG. Hinihintay na lang dito ng Raiders yung minion waves. Kaya bang depensahan to ng dalawang member, Exort and OM. Exerting effort para depensahan yung base. But we're having a sweep. RSG takes game number 2 and getting another point. Congratulations sa ating mga Raiders.
Light sees
Sa
himself.
magandang larong pinakita ngayong gabi. The Raiders secures victory against Blacklist International.
Even RSG wasn't ready for the game to end right then and there, but when you see a win,
Once again, this is Chessy Gaming, official authorized streamer partner for MPL-PH Season 14. See you again later.
But most importantly,
Kain na tayo. Bye.
very exciting match. Again, this was a heated matchup between two highly mechanical junglers in MP the King and Irad. But one of the standouts for me really is Aqua, showing that he is one of the most underrated players in the whole world.
you know what they say, silent rivers run deep, and Aqua being such a low-key king, he lets his game speak for itself, but you know what was really loud?
Who?
The crowd whenever Irad would just come in and out. GG well played, the Blacks International. Besides the crowd, you know who else would know that Irad really did good?
Who?
These 5 young men here.
These 5 young men.
So back to the drawing board.
Call him the Eradicator. Why he's ranked among the top of the top junglers. But of course, the victors are here. The consistent 5-man team. After week number 2, RSG, we have to throw it over to Mara for the player interview.
All right, everybody, GG! GG RSG, congratulations! So, syempre, Irad, ikaw yung i-highlight ko. Alam mo, sabi nga ni Midnight kanina, pag ikaw daw ay nakahawak ng Lancelot, MVP ka talaga, ikaw ang best player. So, sino nag-decide na mag-Lancelot ka? Ikaw ba o si Coach Panda?
Parehas po kami. Kasi po, inubos po nila hero ko, so may natira pang Lancelot. And ayun, sinadjust ko, and paig naman sila.
And how proud were you with your performance? Not only were you MVP, hinighlight ka din ng ating panel sa sobrang ganda ng mga plays na ginawa mo kanina. How proud were you?
Nung una, hindi ako makapaniwalang kaya ko palang parang gawin yun. Kasi, since season 11 or 12 pa yata ako nag-Lancelot ng yung highlight ko talaga. And ayun, nagawa ko siya ulit. And ayun, masaya ako.
And I hope after that performance, your confidence will boost all the way up kasi napaka-impressive nung ginawa mo. Ito naman para kay Kusei. Kusei, how is it like na yung dati mong teammate, naka-face off mo, kalaban mo ngayon?
Okay lang po. Wala naman. Exciting din kasi nakatapat ko na siya sa MPL-PH. Nakita rin kami sa MPL-PH. Kaya,
Did you guys talk bago kayo maglaban ngayong araw?
hindi naman, lang. Pero alam naman namin sa isa't isa na kung may the best team win talaga.
And it was nice because right after, nag-hug kayo. I saw that. Now, ano yung mga napulot mong mga lessons abroad na dinala mo ngayon sa RSG?
Talaga, pakikisama sa camp and composure. Ayun lang.
It's nice to have you back. It's really great to have you back. Ito naman, kay Coach Panda. Coach, congratulations. All right, how would you rate your team's performance today, especially after yesterday?
8 out of 10. Pero yung Chuni Dilan, 10 out of 10 talaga.
Nice. So if you can talk about the team's chemistry, how would you gauge it right now? Is this exactly the way you want it?
Kulang pa. We are still sobrang kulang pa sa mga heroes tapos sa aggressiveness pa. So more grinding and practice.
More grind and practice. And it's nice to see you guys winning once again. And now, it's time to announce our MVP. Who do you think it is? Okay. Let's take a look at the screen. Congratulations to Light. Light, talk about how happy you are with your team's improvement ngayong second day.
Masaya naman po since yun nga, puro talo kami nung nagsimula. Then yun, slowly, nakuha namin yung tempo namin sa tournament and yun, happy ako kasi yun, nakakapag-adjust kami agad. Victory pa lang.
The past is done. All we can do is move forward and we can appreciate what you've done today. What do you want to say to the fans?
Sa lahat ng sumusuporta sa RSG, maraming salamat for continue to support us and also sa family ko and then sa girlfriend ko na lagi naniniwala sa akin and nagbibigay sa akin ng strength para mag-push through and also kay Tita Nadet. Thank you.
It's so nice to interview you once again. At talaga yung mga bebe dyan, iba ang influence kapag sinusuportahan nyo ang ating mga manlalaro. And now it's time to announce the lucky fan of this series who will win 3,000 diamonds. Congratulations. Come on up. Look at that beautiful smile. Hello, what's your name? Ella, Oh, sino yung favorite player mo dito sa RSG?
Siyempre po, Lance Irad.
Lancelot, si Irad. Okay, bakit si Irad out of everybody? What impresses you about him?
Nakakabilib kasi yung disiplina niya sa laro. Lalo na kanina, yung nag-Lancelot siya. Ang galing ng mga diskarte niya. Kaya napanalo talaga.
Impressive nga. Sabi ko sa iyo napapawaw kaming lahat, Irad You continue doing that. What do you want to say to Ella,
Paano ba? Thank you po, Madam Mela. Suportahan niyo po kami lagi and ayun, gagalingan po namin lagi para maging proud po kayo sa amin.
Thank you so much. Ella, congratulations. You've won 3,000 diamonds. Now you get to be beside Irad. RSG, congratulations. You may now take your bow and take your walk of victory. What an impressive series for RSG Philippines. And we hope this will give them momentum for the next days forward. We're going to break that down for you, so we're going to go back to our panel. Pasok.
And there you go.
There it
We
is.
have our match winner. It is RSG 2-0 very quick fashion, to be honest. And
They
I could
needed
be
it.
proud of these guys. They're pretty good.
Yeah. Again, I'm glad, that they get the victory here, especially after their hard-fought game yesterday. And you heard it from here. Game MVP, it's going to be light. And I don't know, man, how many recalls did he
We need
here?
a counter for that. That was insane amounts of recalls in a short amount of time. And again, the confidence that you need to get to have to do that in
I was
front
gonna
of
say,
these. What?
It's such a risky thing.
It is a risky thing,
Because
guys.
imagine you just TP, recall, whatever you want to call it, and then you just get demolished.
Stunned up, knocked out, knocked out of the park, and then you get blamed at the end of the day. So whatever happens here, obviously it worked out for the best here for RSG, where we did see a pretty promising start at the very least in this one, where Irad really showcased the amount of damage that Nolan can do.
Definitely did, and that's game back-to-back now that we got to see a showcase of Irad's skills and mechanical abilities. But I think it's mostly also just the fact that RSG this time around kind of brought everything together. And that was the story between the two teams was, like Coach Arcadia said, both teams have phenomenal players on an individual level. It's just how are they going to get that synergy and chemistry down and then showcase it within the game. And I think just like our Coach Arcadia did say, I completely agree with him, where I think RSG is doing that better, like faster, I should say.
Right.
Not necessarily better, but they're doing it faster. And so with them, as this is their last game for week 3, this is exactly what they needed here to get a sweep, and hopefully they can ride on that momentum into the week number 4 here.
Yeah, definitely a big boost especially for players like Light, who has had a pretty lackluster week number 1, picked up slowly up to week 2, and now the week 3, man, 10 out of 10. You got to give it to him. And to Nibor, who does need that boost as well, being, it's the sophomore, one of the younger players, right?
Was he 16?
Yeah,
like 16,
around that. I will confirm later on for sure. But yeah, for Blacklist International, man, that must have given you at least some info on how you can probably proceed. Maybe they can review that and see how MP the King was playing around with the rest of the team. Maybe they can improve on that a little bit more as the show progresses. And your top 4 here for this game is obviously, Aqua, very silent down there, but does a lot of damage most of the time as well.
Yeah, and again, we're going to have to see to get some more insight, of course, for this series.
Yeah.
We're going to be joined, of course, with a guest here in just a second, too. But as we take a look once again at the breakdown here, it was just a great showcase from RSG as a whole. I know that they had to work on things, like we said. We saw the first matchup they had for week number 3. It was apparent here that not only were they feeling more confident based off recalls, but also they just played better as a whole. And you even heard from Coach Panda earlier on stage that, he gives them an 8 out of 10. So there's still that room for improvement that we can see from them.
Obviously, there's still going to be a lot more room for improvement, but you know what? The kids have definitely picked up the pace here, especially I think the XP laners have been working a lot better with rotating around the map with the team. So I feel like Nibor definitely has also picked up a lot. You see the damage taken. He did his fair share of tanking the damage as well, alongside Light, who has had just a phenomenal game. I remember very distinctly a Way of the Dragon that was saved at the very end of a fight. There was so much, what do you call that? Discipline. That he knew the MP the King was a dive in. He saved it. He didn't use it to initiate. He used it maybe like 30 seconds after the fight started, 20 seconds. And it was what they needed in that
He picked
moment.
the right target, the exact target that he needed. And I think that also just showcases not just discipline, but the veterancy and why Light is brought up so often in talks about roamers in the league. You know what I mean? So it's definitely apparent there. And like I said, across the board here is where everything just kind of fell into place. The team is working on that synergy and making it work.
Well, we're talking about synergy. We're talking about chemistry. Who else better to talk about that with than Panda himself?
Hello.
What's up, Coach?
How you feeling, Coach?
Feeling good because we finally got a win because we're in the lower part of the standing. But I'm not worried at all.
I was going to say, don't worry. You get to speak pure English here.
Yeah, pure English here. Let's go. All right. Well, we were talking about Arcadia earlier. You heard? I don't know if you heard it.
Yeah, I heard it.
We heard a lot about chemistry. And in terms of chemistry, what do you think about the team so far? Because you're a chem major, right?
biomedical.
I
But
remember
again,
that.
so regarding about chemistry, sorry about my Taglish. Okay, so regarding chemistry, what I can really say that it either takes a very long time to build
Yeah.
through bonding and making relationship, or you create the chemistry right away, even though you're not close, as long as you stay professional inside the game and that you really want to win. If you have 5 competitive players who are so desperate to win,
Yeah.
and then they grind so hard and focus really hard and they know how to explore, then they will build already trust, even though they don't have much friendship a lot, through winning and practicing together. So it's like comrade in a battleship, in a battle.
Yeah. So, like, to build up on that, Coach Band, it's like, especially with obviously new players coming in, you know, saying goodbye to some of the mainstays that were there
Yeah.
for RSG Philippines too. How do you do that? Like, how do you support that environment where, you know, you already have these OG players, for example, Light is there, and then how do you introduce that culture to the new players?
Yeah,
Like, how do you make that happen?
That is the thing. Actually, I really blatantly was quite sad. Like every single season, we have to adjust to a new member.
Yeah.
Because if we had, I was always thinking, season 9 is our championship season.
Yeah.
If we had that season until now, then we could have gotten more tournament championship because we don't need to work on the chemistry. And I really had that idea. I really had that side idea. But through time, I finally realized that as long as the spirit of RSG maintains, especially from me and then the OG players, minimum of 2 or 3 players, then even though we introduce other players, we can still teach them the spirit of the RSG. So that is why, even though we have Nibor and then Irat came back, and then we also have Kosei, I still feel like this is the RSG that we did even before. This is just a new identity of RSG.
So it feels like the old RSG still. Like even with a lot of members, I think Light's one of the only OG members remaining.
one of them,
Kusei went back, right?
Yeah.
He's just a returning
It's
member.
just like you just change your clothes,
Yeah.
and then you just change your hairstyle, but it's still
Yeah.
you. So, like that.
I love it. And I love the fact that you also mentioned there's more than one way to build chemistry, right? There's the best friend way.
Best friend way.
The best friend way.
Homie
And there's
way.
also the homie way, right?
Yeah.
And there's also the way that you can just be professional. You can just be a good team player.
Team players
Yeah,
focus on that.
because
yeah.
I don't really think that all teams, like all the players, they like each other. But they still decide to stay together. Why? Because they know that if they're together, they can win.
Yeah.
That is the only reason. And then what? Friendship doesn't give you success in life, right?
Yeah,
Being
not
successful
always.
in career is one way to win success in life. So that is why being professional and just focused is really the best way to build chemistry also.
To build that chemistry. Here's the thing, though, because I've always heard you rate the team afterwards, right? So just real quick, because I'm sure some viewers want to know this too. How do we get a
Panda
10 out of 10? How does Coach Panda give a 10 out of 10?
If I want to get 10 out of 10, I need to be a 10 out of 10 first. Because even for me, I still feel like I'm still 7 out of 10, especially in the draft. So I'll work much harder.
Well, we'll have a few weeks to do that, Coach. Don't worry. But for now, thank you so much for hanging out with us. Any last messages you have for the Raiders before we go?
Thank you everyone in the English cast and the Filipinos and everyone who's watching this that are supporting RSG. I know that we are quite falling apart, quite falling off right now. But you know, RSG, we always have a struggle in the early season because of new adjustment, especially through chemistry. But I can guarantee that through the regular season, we will get more ready and stronger. And then by playoffs, we'll be full battle mode, 100%. So let's go.
Battle mode.
Battle
They're getting
mode?
ready for it, man. They're getting ready, and you guys he has a sword already, right?
He has a sword.
He has a sword. But
They have the community.
Yeah, what do you think about that?
Higher percentage for RSG here. They went 55% for the community prediction for this. So, I mean, how do you feel about that?
I mean, even though it's 5%, I still feel thankful. So numbers is numbers. All I need is that just focus on my team.
Yeah.
Well, the numbers in the game will definitely be something that Coach Panda will have to work on as we head into week number 4. So that last match for the week, right?
Yep.
All right, so you're going to have a fun week, probably some KBBQ, Korean barbecue later on. So
Yeah.
good luck to
He's
you
getting
guys.
his steps in. That's
Yeah.
what he's doing.
I'm always checking this.
Just checking the steps. But for you guys, Franco means it's your time to shine, naman. Because it's your time to get the newest MPL exclusive skin, Quantum Vanguard of Franco in the shop. So hook your enemies now, a la MPL player style, and get it for 33% off. All right. Pretty cool. You
Again,
use Franco? I know you used Takai before, but you.
Yeah, I do.
still-
I do Franco.
still
0%
Franco?
hook rate.
Okay, well,
Perfect.
you're going to have to ask Light to help you out on that.
I will.
Yeah.
Maybe we could see Light play some Franco too eventually. I don't know, you know?
Yeah, actually we practiced that, so
We
let's see. in the
Why did
future.
you leak it?
It's okay.
It's okay.
It's okay.
Okay. All right, so that's going to be it for us here in the English desk. Thank you so much, Coach Panda of RSG Philippines. And of course, you also have Naisu. Don't go anywhere, guys. We have a pretty stacked game number 3 here. Before you go,
We have to ask him.
we have to ask. Sorry, it's
Titans.
it's a big game. It's a big game later, right?
Yep.
It's
everybody.
Hi guys, I'm Maika, moderator ng Echo. Ay, ng MPL-PH pala.
Ikaw ay isang super fan.
Yeah.
Paano nga ba nagiging super fan?
Kailangan lang pong lumuwas na di alam ng parents.
Lumawas ka galing saan?
From Iloilo.
From Iloilo. Sige nga, sino nga favorite player mo?
Si Zaida.
Si Zaida. So, nag-meet na ba kayo before?
No, it's our first time na
First
makanood
time
ng
sa-
MPL. Live.
Oh, welcome to the MPL Arena. Oh, okay. Paano nga ba yung mga fans dyan? Paano sila magiging super fan para ma-feature natin dito? Alam mo ba, Mima?
Ayan, pumunta lang kayo dito, tapos abangan nyo yung mga pakulo dito. Tapos, every time na magpupunta kayo dito mag-isa, pag uwi ninyo, kakilala nyo lahat ng mga Cavaliers.
Yes! Ano ba dapat abangan ng ating mga Cavaliers
Ayan,
ngayon?
magkakaroon tayo ng mga watch parties, tapos meron din tayong Discord events, at mga podcast, mga pakulo sa group namin. So, iniimbita namin kayo na sumali sa aming The Cavaliers Facebook group, at pati na rin sa Discord, server.
Ano ba yung Discord? Ano ba yung nasa Discord nyo?
Ayan.
Anong Discord? Anong name ng Discord?
Ayan, The Cavalry din siya. The Cavalry by TL-PH po.
At doon sa booth nyo, ano ba yung mahahanap namin doon?
Ayan, meron din tayong mga merch, yung Echo merch na sobrang limited na siya, magiging, magiging collector's
Rare.
sobrang
Oo,
rare na
collector's
siya.
item!
Yes!
Bilhin nyo na, pati ito. Pati
Meron
ito.
din tayong mga, yung Echo, yung racing jacket, tapos, meron din tayo ng jersey ng season 14.
Ito ba mabibili natin?
Hindi, wala.
Exclusive for
Exclusive
you.
lang to for Mima.
All right, it'll be TL-PH versus Falcons AB Brand coming up in just a bit. So don't go anywhere. Stay tuned. Only here on MPL Philippines Season 14.
Let's go, Liquid! Let's go, Liquid!
co-partner of MPL Philippines Season 14. The official tournament phone of MPL Philippines, Infinix GT20 Pro. Official suppliers, EMC Asia and Index Salon. Experience the MPL-PH Season 14 action live at Green Sun, Makati City. Grab your tickets now via official MPL-PH website. Don't miss any MPL action by following our official Facebook and subscribing to our YouTube channel. Follow MPL-PH on TikTok for more content. And to ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
Lakas ng Pinas!
And the main event has arrived for week 3, day number 2. Welcome to the English Desk. My name is Ingan. Together with me is Leo. And Leo, for how many series we've seen these two teams battle it out? The Titans of the MLBB world. Once again,
Countless
reunite.
times, Jose Ingan, countless times. All across the world, through the ECA, through Southeast Asia, through the Middle East. It's them and them and them and them again.
And speaking of them, both of these two teams have fought it out again across around numerous regions. But in MPL Philippines, we can recall that TL-PH swept FCAP last finals.
That's right. If I'm not mistaken, that was the last time that TL-PH got FCAP's number. But real quick, let's go back to just a few moments ago, about 30 minutes, an hour ago, wherein RSG Philippines swept Blacklist International, sending the agents back to the drawing board, figuring out what to do next. So that should affect the numbers here, what the scores look like. And again, based on match number, Blacklist International is at rock bottom, at 8th, given that they only have one game win and no series just yet.
And for RSG Philippines, luckily picking up their second series win. But apart from that, of course, Irad, the Eradicator, the mechanic.
That's a headline.
Really shined with the Lancelot. According to Midnight, he's the only remaining pro player who uses the Lancelot.
The last Lancelot main.
Yes.
There is. Is
Wow.
that true? How
Yeah.
is that what?
I think it's true, and even for MPL Philippines, he's the only one who released a Lancelot. But for you guys, if you want to win 90,000 diamonds, all you have to do is go to the MPL Arena, post your pictures, post you are enjoying, and of course use the official hashtags, post it on Facebook, TikTok, with the hashtags MPL S14 Live Experience. Make sure that it's also posted public so everyone can see and everyone can get envious of how happy you are in Green Sun Hotel.
And make sure you tag the official channels of MPL Philippines.
I mean, I'm really excited, really envious for the. I hope the people watching at home are envious because the atmosphere here is amazing. Again, it's FCAP going head-to-head once again with Team Liquid Philippines. I know the panel has a lot to say. That's why, guys, let's throw it over to the Infinix Game Tambayan with our panel.
Ah, yes, the young Ingan, very enthusiastic today.
I'm
isn't
so
he?
envious of him.
I am very envious of you too, my good sir. Welcome back here to the Infinix Game Lounge with me, Rockhart, and of course, we got Nice here. We got a bear, guys.
Hey, we got one of them.
We got one of the bears, just like the one on top.
The other one's over there.
I gotta say, welcome to the main event. Actually, that's something I really agree on. This is definitely the main event for a lot of reasons. Like, the moment you see the marquee, you can feel, it feels like, oh my god, are we in an international event again? It just feels that way.
Feels like it. You know, they've been battling it out across the globe pretty much at this point, like Leo mentioned there. And it's funny because, yeah, the atmosphere by the fans are definitely there too. Because when you walk in here, you already hear them cheering for the Titans. Of course, these two titanic teams, of course, Falcons AP brand and TL-PH, Team at Liquid Philippines. Time and time again, they have fought it out, and this is the standings for all of them.
Yeah, and these are, again, just so many matchups in the past few months in so many different tournaments. it's gonna be hard to keep track of them if you're not like an avid viewer of like all international tournaments. But right now, obviously, we've got, in terms of scores, I feel like AP Brent has picked up a lot after that Season 13 Grand Finals where they got 0-4 by Team Liquid PH.
I was going to say, man, I feel like, you know, they kind of had their own vendetta. They got swept, of course, in the Grand Finals of last season's MPL Philippines. And then ever since then, it's just been Falcons, AP Brent, Falcons, AP Brent, Falcons, AP Brent. And, you know, so even though this is regular season, we get a preview, I would say, of what could possibly, I don't want to say this because we know who's on top right now. Fnatic Onic is on top.
Fnatic Onic, right.
Neither of these teams are just yet. But who knows if this is a preview of a possible grand final. They have their work cut out for them, but either way, one of these teams is going to come out with a loss.
And who do you think is going to come out on top? Let us know in the comment section. And we also have an online poll, by the way. So try to go and show your support. Vote in poll right there so we know and we can count how many of you voted for FCAP or TL-PH.
Who would you go for here, Rockhard?
Man, it's a hard FCAP for me. Unless TL-PH comes out with a banger, and I hope that the off-season or the week has gone better for Carl TZ. What about you?
I hope so. I'm always going to, as much as I love Liquid, like as an org and everything.
Yeah, I love it.
I'm rooting for FCAP here for sure. I just love this group of players and how they're going to perform.
Yeah, and of course, to kind of just elaborate further, we've actually prepared a video, apparently. So
special video.
A very, very, very special video with this team intro. Well, big fight deserves a big vid. So let's check this one out. Oh, damn. All right.
Ito na ang huling laban para sa tagumpay. Falcons AP Bren kontra Liquid Echo!
Ito yung malupit kasi dinalaan ng TL-PH at FCAP yung kanilang rivalry through Pasay, Riyadh, ngayon sa Kuala Lumpur.
I love that.
I would say out of all the teams in the world, in terms of like school of thought ng playstyle ng MLBV, these two teams represent kung ano yung epitome ng kanilang playstyle.
Even with the losses that they've experienced, I still think they're the best in the world right now, those two teams. FCAP in general, I know we saw what happened to them in MSC, but it's the same thing. Like I would still pick FCAP or Liquid in against any other team. Now going against each other is probably one of the most exciting, competitive MLBB matches you're ever going to watch.
The fated matchup between Liquid Philippines at Falcons AP Bren sa International Tournament ay mapupunta sa Game 7!
I can tell from these two teams, from their players, that they're really out to get each other. So yes, definitely rivals for sure. Tingin ko sobrang big threat talaga nila sa amin kasi ayun nga, sobrang taas na rin talaga ng chemistry na hindi sila nagpapalit ng player. Lalo na nadagdagan pa yung coaching staff nila na kilala naman natin si Cyrus, sobrang talino rin talagang taong yan.
Which team? Someone that you're looking forward to na durugin?
Siguro yung Bren.
Falcons AP Bren are moving on through the grand finals.
GG, well played. It's Falcons AP Bren in a successful 3-1 match to end this PL5 and representing PH in the grand finals.
Masabi ko na halos pareho lang yung game style namin ng FCAP and ng TL-PH. Sobrang aggressive namin kaya lagi kaming nasanay. Kumbaga, kasi international, kami pa rin nagtatapat-tapat eh.
Nagstorya ng pinakamalakas! Isa lang ang mananatiling matikas at nasa taas! Team Liquid Echo, ang kampyon ng MPL Philippines Season 13!
Healthy na competitive. Kasi recently, parang nag-grow siya. Parang before, di ba, nanggaling tayo sa MPL Philippines or last season, 4-0. Tapos biglang next na mga naging laban nila, umabot ng 7 games. So yung pagiging rivals nila is parang nagkakaroon sila ng hunger na mag-exceed pa dun sa kaya nilang gawin. So in a way, tumataas din yung level of play for both schools.
Together we will rise to the calling. Claim this night, let's rise through the flame.
World-class competition demands a world-class authority. Here are your marshals for this match: Jeff, Ems, Pat, and Wilbert. Making their way to the stage, also known as Kings of the World and Trophy Collectors, they are the defending world champions. Let's welcome Ogwin, Flap Teasy, Kyle Teasy, Few, and Super Marco. It's Falcons AP Brand. And their opponents. Together, they are the Titans of MLBB, former world champions and the defending champions of MPL. Let's welcome JP, Carl Teasy, Sanji, and Benny Cutie, alongside the human calculator, the Apex Predator, 40. Let's go, Liquid Philippines! And their coaches, Coach Ducky for Falcons AP Brand. And the new recruit, Team Liquid Philippines, Coach Saire.
It's time for the face-off. All players, please come forward. Ito, ang palag ng mga kampiyon. Flap Teasy, ano ang palag mo?
Mahina lang ako.
Sanford, ano ang palag mo?
Mas mahina ako.
Ogwen, palag.
Di ako makasalanan.
JP, ano ang palag mo?
Kasalanan ko.
Few, ano ang palag mo?
Di ka pa nakakapag-meet and egit kay Flap Teasy.
Sanji, ano ang palag mo?
Ang lupit.
Kyle Teasy, ano ang palag mo?
Mas malupit ako.
Carl Teasy, ano ang palag mo?
Huwag mo kalimutan saan ang galing IGN mo.
Super Marco, ano ang palag mo?
Sana di kami baguhin.
Benny Cutie, ano ang palag mo?
May dalawang payong.
Palag kong palag, fist bump! The Titans of MLBB will face each other once again, and this time in our home soil. World champion versus world champion. Panel, pasok!
And there you go. The Titans face off each other. The first ever 5-man face off.
I love it.
I love it. I love what I see. I'm still grinning from ear to ear.
I know some of our international viewers are going to be like, what were they saying? What were they saying? The only one I want to point out is between the two junglers,
Yeah.
Carl Teasy and Carl Teasy. Carl Teasy said, don't forget where you got your name from, basically. All the Teasies out there, of course. And, of course,
Oh,
you know,
boy.
Carl Teasy also had some inspiration with his. But
He met his inspiration as
He
well.
met his inspiration
Yeah.
out there, of course, in Riyadh. But, yeah, the lineups, you guys already know the lineups.
Yeah,
you know,
come on, guys.
we've seen them battled out so many times. And you can see that. Even in the face-off, I love that because you can see that rivalry, but the respect between each other, too. And, you know, they'll say it because in the countless interviews, like, these two teams really feel like they're in a league of their own
Yes.
around the landscape of competitive MLBB.
It basically feels like every team is at A right now.
Yeah.
Class A, there's a Class S, and they're at S+. That's what it feels like, at least. Obviously, the scores have been reflecting a bit differently with Fnatic, Onic, PH kind of just going crazy. But in terms of their own scores here, you can really tell the priorities for both of these teams are actually quite different inside the Land of Dawn.
Yeah, and again, when you look at just kind of the deviation between the two and the team head-to-head, like, it's going to be nearly as close as it can get whenever you see two teams paired up together here against each other in the MPL Philippines.
Yeah, and here are your Infinix keys to victory. Keep 'em Turtle and Lord Retribution's coming. You know both of them are very capable at those steals, at securing the Retribution, and again, rotating with the rest of the team to make sure that happens.
Then next up, TL-PH, learn and apply from your past meetings. Again, since, grand finals of last year, or last season, I should say, TL-PH has always fallen a little bit short against getting FCAP in a series. So, again, it is only a best-of-3. We're in the regular season, but definitely a good start here from learning from the past.
And, of course, may the best Titan win. Basically, two Titans of MLBB. Very few teams actually come close in terms of how consistent they can be, both locally and internationally. So, all that said and done, I feel like definitely it's all going to boil down probably to who woke up better today or who had the better breakfast. You know, what kind of other superstitious beliefs these pro players actually have in common. And, yeah, Kyle TC has been ranking pretty highly on the junglers of this league so far.
Is he still number one?
I
or is it
believe
King
so.
Kong now?
That's a good question.
I haven't
I'll have to
seen the
double check.
updated. Yeah, I haven't seen the
Yeah.
updated. But Kyle TZ, I believe in a lot of different stats, is still number one.
Yes.
Like, I think it was just yesterday. It was Renmar and Brigida talking about this on the panel here. That, you know, before the matches yesterday, he was 17 for 21. I think in terms of like the Turtles, and then by the end of their first game, he was already 20 for 24. And, you know, that's the thing. So, and that's why I think that, you know, key to victory from Infinix at number one is really the battle of the junglers here. Like, who is going to be able to out-retribution each other? But not only that, because it's much bigger than that, is you always have to pay attention to how both these teams build up around their junglers.
Yep.
And how they execute that game plan and what allows the junglers to shine. And I think that's why everybody points out the jungler so much. But realistically, it's just the entire team.
It really is the entire team. I feel like if you didn't watch yesterday, it was less about the junglers, more on the gold laners. So later on, maybe we'll find a glimpse of that, but definitely a big difference from what we saw in the previous series where these two junglers, Irad and MP the King, were just 1v1ing each other on the map. It's not like that, guys.
It's not like that. Literally at any role, any lane here, they're going to be going head-to-head and toe-to-toe as we go into the drafting phase here for game number one. And we'll see, again, you know, FCAP's going to be on the blue side, TL-PH here on the red. Very standard, I'd say, bans coming through, too. It's still interesting. I think only certain teams will ban out the Julian.
Oh, yeah.
Because only certain teams like to play the Julian.
Shout out sa mga viewers natin. Welcome to Chelsea Gaming. Authorized Restreamer partner for MPL-PH Season 14. The Battle of the Champions. This is Falcons AP Blend versus
So that's something
Team
we'll have to
Liquid
watch out for.
PH.
And at the same time, is that really the priority?
Grabe yung ano nito.
You want to be able to get
Kartada
the
ng
lead out
laban
the
nito.
field maybe if you're AP Bren. For guys who didn't watch yesterday, Falcons AP Bren pulled off the first successful Lolita and Hanabi combination here in the MPL Philippines Season 14. Obviously, yeah, we know. We've seen it in the ranked games. We know how crazy it can be. But you know what? It is something entirely seeing it in ranked games. You can get 15K in ranked games, goal lead, no problem. Anyone can do that. But if you do it in the MPL-PH, the biggest MLBB esports scene in the whole world, that's a different story.
It's a different story, and I don't know. I'm expecting 3 games out of this series. I would save it for maybe game 3 if we saw something crazy like that, you know, at that point. But to start off game number 1, I expect both the teams just to obviously bring sort of what I would say, quote-unquote, is their standard drafts for both these teams. You can already see it, like, it's already fallen into place. You know, FCAP is going to pick up that Roger here. We've seen Super Marco even play that tons of times. Same thing with Kyle TZ. We'll see what they end up flexing that into. And it's going to be highly dependent on what TL-PH takes. Already the fact that they have the Hylos and the Harith is, you know, things fall into the right place because of the fact that Hylos has been such a detriment to a lot of teams playing against it. You roll with that Glorious Pathway, you've got that Revitalize, and the answer on the flip side tends to be the Jawhead. So they already lock in the Jawhead. Louis comes through too. Again, one of the heroes that we don't see picked up in the first phase for a lot of teams currently, at least here in MPL-PH.
Yeah, it's a big toss-up to Season 14 playoffs where you use all your Louis basically everywhere, right? So obviously a lot has changed since then, and I'm surprised to see it again, honestly. I mean, the past few weeks that we've had, it barely made an appearance. So right now, the Nolan, normally Kyle TC special, you know, going over to Carl, just trying to prove as well to everyone that, you know what, I'm still one of the prime assassins in the league.
Could still definitely be one of the best. They are still going to kind of narrow down the jungler picks too, just in case. And again, depending on what FCAP is deciding here to bring to the jungle, if it is going to be the Roger or not. But also, I would like to see, you know, what is going to be the XP lane option here for FCAP, for FlapTZ, because, you know, that's the thing. We've seen so often that, you know, we focus on the jungle, the gold lane, but even the XP lane currently in this meta is still highly impactful depending on what they go. And, you know, a lot of times, what do we see? The Terizlas.
Yep. I mean, you can throw in some X-Borgs here and there, depending on I think it all depends on the mood of the XP laner, right? The Ruby.
But what is Flap's mood? Like, he's just. Did you see the video?
Oh man.
What is FlapTZ's mood?
You can never really tell, man. Sometimes he just comes out of the toilet swinging with some new stuff. I don't know, man. So obviously the Yuzhong still very much a big pick. Maybe for both of these teams, you know, except for he loves that hero as well.
Still contender.
But I'm not sure if it's going to be apparent here. There goes the Arlott, more up to speed, more up to the pace of the game right now.
Yeah, so I'm wondering how FCAP answers this, because the game plan here for TL-PH just for the 4 picks, obviously you're playing into multiple ground ultimates, like Zaman Force is going to be there.
Yep.
Glorious Pathway, you can sweep them in with a final slash.
Wait lang, stocks lang ako habang ano.
So there's so much, like,
drafting
you're
pace.
literally sweeping them either into the Zaman Force setup or a Glorious Pathway. And obviously that's slow enough from the Glorious Pathway, the ultimate from Hylos, can actually change the tide of some of those skirmishes, especially in choke points within the jungle here.
For sure.
And so it seems like TL-PH, you know, they want to have the biggest advantage they can when it comes to the team fights, which they already know is going to come down objectively. You heard the Terizla.
There it is.
There it is. We expected it. And then that we get our answer. The Roger going to the hands of Super Marco, and now we've got the Ling popped up here for Kyle TZ.
Faramis looks really good
Faramis
here.
Hylos, that is deadly.
Oh my god, it's deadly. I know what you mean, right? Because Elegant Gem. Just 2 words, Elegant Gem, man. It's minus man. But yeah, Elegant Gem is like the key here for the Hylos to basically overtake the early game and then recover most of that health back from the Netherrealm. So it kind of works. At the same time, you also want to look for more damage, maybe.
You could argue that. Okay, there it is. Zask is going to be the play.
Right.
Damage. I was going to say you could argue that you might have enough damage with this already, but you know they're playing heavily on magic damage right now. So even when you look at this lineup here from TL-PH, you're kind of thinking, all right, they actually need to end the game, I would say, a little bit earlier because of the fact once those defensive items comes in for magic resistance, it's going to heavily help FCAP just with the lineup that TL-PH is bringing to the game number 1.
Let's see if they'll be able to break the barrier here as we head into game number 1. Judging by the draft, both of them look pretty darn good for me, honestly.
Yeah.
So I can't really tell who came out on top here. Obviously, I love the Trails, the Jawhead being picked up here, especially the Loyi. More global presence for FCAP, but now for TL-PH it's different. So let's see what's going to happen here as we go into game number 1 with Leo and Ingan once more on the caster desk.
Masters, pasok.
Once again, the Titans will face off in MPL Philippines. This is TL-PH going up against Falcons AP Bren for game number 1. Welcome to the English desk. My name is Ingan.
And we're on.
Leo, looking at the lineups, what are your expectations?
Ganda ng ano, matchup pa to.
Shock and awe. Odd angles from out of nowhere. TL-PH.
The reigning champion, TL-PH, and the reigning world champion,
But luckily,
Falcons AP Bren.
So with that said, I'm thinking both already know what's up.
Yeah, and looking at the keys to victory again for both of these junglers.
Early rotation for both sides natin.
Major factor. So whoever gets the first turtle will
Ganda ng ano dito ni KarTC with the Ling
if Falcons AP Bren gets the first turtle
during this early phase of the game.
and going for those out.
Baga kaya niya mag-rotate kagad with the Ling.
It's during those neutral objectives.
But with KarTC naman, yung damage na kayang i-burst out kagad ng Nolan dito, in case magkaharap yung dalawa, is para sa akin na mas malaki yung advantage ng dito nung Nolan.
Tough time, especially since the Ling rotates much faster than the Nolan.
Yeah. You know, for me, Super Marco, there's a big
Pero Ogwen with Pew sa mid lane natin.
He was literally in the middle.
The mid lane and the roamers. Pero yung bottom lane natin, nagkakabakbakan ito. Benny Cutie with Super Marco. JP with the Respo. Kung nakita naman siya din yung Super Marco rito. First blood! Nadali doon, nasungkit ni KarTC. Si KarTC, anong nangyari? Please replay.
He rotates faster. He gets the kills faster.
Faster than the camera. I mean, that's literally just a flick of the wrist for our hardworking observers and production staff. But wow!
Mukhang na-caught off guard doon si KarTC.
Have to have fast hands as well. I mean, this
Nadali doon si Carl Tusok with the Nolan. But we have here the first turtle. Grabe yung ano doon na mechanics niya doon ni KarTC. But with JP here, Flap TZ ang nakakuha. Pero hindi pa tapos, mukhang may engagement na mangyayari. Pero back off na muna tayo, sabi ng magkabilang team.
M5 finals MVP picks up the first turtle for Falcons AP Bren. The clash is not yet done in the middle lane.
The flicker back by Few. Idol ng mga kids refusing to accept that his fingers are locked. Summon force on the Marco. Pouncing away.
A lot of action right on 3 minutes in, but Super Marco says that he's not afraid of Benny Cutie.
Not afraid.
The bagyong Benny's nagbabadya pa rin. Remember the signature play ng ano dito ng Falcons ng Team Liquid Philippines. The backdoor play is nandun pa rin. We have here Sanford and Flap DC dishing out each other's HP. Pero ganda ditong ginagawa na vision ni Ogwen.
Apart from the Ling, there's also the Luyi with the crazy diversion plays, and if you know Few, El Capitan,
Yeah, shout out sa mga viewers natin, both Facebook at saka sa YouTube.
perfect timing.
Yan, shoutout kay Macrens TV. Live din tayo sa page siya kung saan na-cross-posted tayo doon. And sa ating second page na Chelsea Gaming Plays. We're also live sa YouTube through our channel, Chelsea Gaming.
Okay.
Clash of the Titans comes from a personal story wherein short version, I spoke to a person who barely knows how to speak English, and they said, Falcons AP Bren, Team Liquid PH.
I remember that.
Titans of MLBB, that's it.
You posted that for the glorious pathway from JP.
Here we go!
Pero ito, Pew, ganun ang pasok doon ni Ogwen. Naharangan yung pagbalik ni Pew. Pero Sanji, nagkakabalagbagan dito. 1-1 tayo. Ogwen and Cortese ang bumaksak sa magkabilang team.
Sanford and JP pushing flat back down bottom though.
Marco.
Benny might take down Marco, but the bulletproof one refuses to fall. In comes Pew to the rescue.
Pew, kaya bang i-dish out dito? Pew secures the kill.
El Capitan making sure that the
Kay
bulletproof
Benny
Marco will
Cutie,
stay alive.
hindi basta-basta papayagang makauwi dito si Bagyong Benny. Pero TLPH securing the turtle.
Laying down the cover. Thou shalt not pass. Much like Darth Vader
Pero
said.
hindi patapos dito. Alanganin yung pwesto ni Sanford. Tempest of Blade. Cortese takes down Sanford. Pero Cortese nakuha rin si Ogwen. Nagkakabalagbagan dito yung dalawang jungler natin.
After a relatively slow start for
Grabe yan. This is a championship caliber ng game. Remember, the reigning champion dito sa MPL-PH, which is TLPH, Team Liquid PH, and the current world champion, Falcons AP Bren. Kumbaga to, hindi na sila hindi na bago yung dalawang to sa sa isa't isa eh. Mga parehong lagi nakikita sa mga finals ng iba't ibang tournament. Pero here sa MPL-PH Season 14, ito yung una lang encounter ngayong season.
Their power spike will diminish. And so far, Cortese not off to a good start. 1-2-1. If you're Nolan, you'd like a lot of kills without suffering any casualties.
Pero nakuha na outer tower sa top lane. Pero bottom lane, it's 4. B1, medyo delikado siya doon. Mukhang nakaramdam si Super Marco, medyo umiwas. Magkakakitaan ba rito? Uy, ang ganda ng ginawang teleport na yun! Pero medyo maunat si Sanford, JP. Gumawa ng highway. Mukhang sila pa yung dito, mapapunish. Cortese losing its life. The TC brothers are down. Sila pa yung napunish sa possible pick up na yun. Ganda ng glorious pathway na ginawa ni JP para ma-divert and ma-corner yung members doon ng FC Cap.
Combinations of TLP. Imagine Zaman Force, glorious pathway, ultra slow. Not to mention Sanji with a Dominator's Descent, damage over time plus the slow. And if FCAP manages
kasalanan to ni JP.
Catch a break and walk away, there's just Sanford gonna sweep them back into the dance floor.
It was a good approach. It was A for effort, right?
A for
the attempt. Again, an amazing
Hey.
angle. Oh, here we go. 4 members. The injector on the 40.
Bumawi yung Falcons AP Bren dito. Nakuha si Sanford. Pero alanganin na burst dito ni Sanji. Si Flaptizi is down. 1-1 trade. Cortese pumasok. Tempest of Blades. Nakuha si Benny Cutie. Super Marco nakuha Sanji. Double tier.
And Kyle, JP falls
grabe
well.
doon. Only Cortese the surviving member ng TLPH sa ambush na ginawa ng mga bees.
Cortese, wanna look at kill for, looking at the instant replay, man. I thought the game was over, the clash was over, but Kyle Teasy.
Ka na pagkakaano doon, oh.
As Leo
lapag.
replays the sounds there with slow motion. I mean, he wasn't part of the diversion play, but with the Ling, with the Finch choice, he was able to make it back. He was able to win that clash, wherein TL-PH was supposed to win that, because they lost FlapTZ. I think they lost another one, but Falcons AP Bren saying that we're still the champs.
Yeah,
we're still on top of the world.
It was a high-risk maneuver that could have really only been much.
Kumbaga, high risk, high rewards.
Yeah.
Yung ginawa doon ng ano ng Falcons AP Bren.
And they scored the push, and now this Lord here is looking a little more green and yellow, if you know what I'm saying.
And most importantly, they were able to shut down Sanji, because Sanji
Less than 10 seconds for the first Lord.
Deathless, and now FCAP handing him
Same mga dito, plan ng ano dito, ng TL-PH, hayaang magsimula yung Falcons AP Bren, then silang gagawa ng diversion play para makapitas. Same na nangyari kanina during the first clash kung saan na-corner ni JP yung members ng Falcons AP Bren. But with the mobility na meron si Ling, which is si KLTC, mabilis kagad siya makaka-respo eh.
Or else, a flicker
or final slash.
Exactly. That aside, Marco can just play with
Top lane natin dito, we have
and then bite back when it's
Ugwen with KLTC.
Setups FCAP, they have the FlapTZ penalty zone flicker.
Mukhang kukunin muna dito ni KLTC mid tower dito.
They have the equivalent of Batman prep time in MLBB.
Then saka makakapag-respo ito sa baba.
In range and put 3 or 4 members in there. Maybe even all 5.
Yeah, not to mention
Sanford with JP giving visions.
Exactly.
Just did a split push on top here, getting a second.
Pero
oh, look at that!
Pero nagsimula na Sanford. Owen is down. Ang ganda ng pick-up play doon. Glorious pathway dito para ay JP. Ganon kabilis, napitas doon si Owen.
Slow in terms of mobility, paired up with the glorious pathway plus the Dominators descent from Sanji. I thought FlapTZ was gonna die, but a beautiful pickup coming in from Sanford. And this is what you were saying. The setups are gonna come from Sanford, but the problem is it's too honest. So he heavily relies on the flicker. Because without the flicker, FCAP could just really expect it.
Yeah, so now in hindsight, might not have been worth it again.
Sisibla na ba? Pero hindi pa rin. Medyo papakiramdaman tayo during this Lord Dance.
But a kill is a kill. Helps keep the gold lead at bay.
Diversion.
Oh, where's it going? Did they send Marco out?
Marco, two, and Few. I believe it's Few also.
Get out of there! Oh no, they're playing with it. They're playing with the range. Look.
I think they're waiting for one member from TL-PH.
Oh, they're repositioning.
Ideally, it's supposed to be Carl TZ, but
Nakita rito, Carl TZ is down.
Shut down.
Ang ganda nung ginawa ng pag-aabang.
Diversion sandwich play.
Naipit daw si Carl Tusok.
Now they can afford to send Kyle TZ up top to push.
Walang retribution holder dito, pero medyo malayo rin ang position ni Carl TZ. Pero with the Ling, madali lang yung makakababa. Hinati mo nila dito for the diversion play para umuwi yung isa pang member. It's 3v5. Ang ganda ng pagkakapasok ni Flap doon. Super Marco nakuha si JP. Benny Cutie from the back with Sanford.
But here comes Benny Cutie.
Kukomit ba rito ang TL-PH pero hindi. Still, we have a Lord Dance. Balik muna dito. Uuwi ang members ng Falcons AP Bren to secure. Ang ganda naman nun, conceal.
Purify.
And he's good. Slash, no one home.
Clutch Purify.
Grabe yun. Uwi lang saglit para mag-recover ng HP. Pero Sanford napupok dito. Courtesy from the back. Makakasteal ba ng Lord from Ogwen? Courtesy, Sanford. Nakawa si Ogwen. Super Marco gets Sanford. Very cute. Gets Pew. Courtesy secures the turtle.
Kyle in the retribution.
Oh, Marco!
Super Marco! Kuha si Courtesy. Grabe to, 2-2 trade pero in favor lahat. Para sa Falcons AP Bren, ang tagal ng Lord Dance na yun, pero naging worth it pa side ng mga beasts.
When you thought the clash is over, either Kyle TZ or Super Marco will extend the clash, and in that case, Carl TZ was the target. And now TL-PH has to deal with the 3.6k gold lead that the Falcons have established.
Look at Super Marco.
Diversion again.
404. Death's not found. He's just gonna keep on getting stacks on his Sky Piercer. And this
Maximize ba to o laging pang diversion play lang? Meron pang dalawang touring buo sa gitna ng ng base, sa gitna ng mapa ng Team Liquid. Pero ito, maabante na. Kumakatok na dito ang Beast. JP playing frontline dito para side ng TL-PH. Pero ganda ng pagkakadon. Pick up ni Flapteasy. Super Marco na OWA si JP. Dalawa ang baksak sa side ng Team Liquid PH. Flapteasy is down para side ng Falcons AP Bren. Magandang trade doon. In favor pa rin sa side ng Falcons AP Bren. Dahan-dahan kumukuha dito ng Torre. And the ball na ba with Super Marco. Pew from the backline. Ogwen with Flapteasy. Winter Transion.
Ultimate, the final slash, the penalty zone, the answer.
Pero Super Marco nakuha si Sanji.
And they're still going.
Pero walang minion waves. Carl is down. Glorious pathway para kay JP. Super Marco from the back. Immortality pops para kay Owen. Hindi pa tapos dito ang Falcons AP Bren. It's 3v2. Super Marco from the back. Carl TC nandito na rin.
Kyle dropping from the skies.
Minion waves once again. JP nakuha yung Super Marco.
To Marco. Summon force in by Benny. The only defender left.
Kaya ba? Kyle TC Tower lock. Falcons AB Bren takes game number 1. Grabe yung mga last minute ng bakbakan na yun.
A decisive game 1 win from the Bees as they outmaneuver the cavalry with the diversion.
Yung early game na hinahanap natin para sa side ng sa side ng TL-PH hindi nagmaterialize.
The bulletproof man. Bulletproof Marco.
Oh my lord.
Falcons AP Bren secures the victory.
Like that, we have to throw it over to Rockhard and Nicer because they have to explain how did Falcons AP Bren pull this off against TL-PH.
Honestly, I was just at the edge of my seat there earlier. I was like, oh my god. Seriously, that was... I don't know. What other adjectives do we have left? We've used everything.
That's the pinnacle.
The pinnacle.
Of MLBB right there. You know, and I know, like, FCAP, it was decisive, I would say, you know, towards the end especially, but
yeah,
there was always these moments, even toward the end. Right? I was thinking that they would be able to hold it together and stay in the game a little bit longer for TL-PH, but unfortunately they weren't able to stop the outmaneuverability from FCAP. And look at our MVP right here.
Honestly, really hard to outmaneuver this guy right here with Super Marco. I mean, they were trying their very best to counter out that Roger. You saw Carl TZ. He tried to do some plays earlier on, and it just felt like a roller coaster. All series long, all game long rather, where you could really never tell who was inching out against the other. But obviously, you know what, Falcons AB Bren had the majority of the goal in that game.
Yeah, they did. You know, they still, like, especially, this is the thing always about FCAP is they're so macro dominant. I mean, they're very macro. I almost want to say perfect at the macro level of the game. I mean, looking at how they set things up, even like this play down at the bottom and everything else, the way they work as a team, even if they get punished, they have to sacrifice a couple bodies in it, they still come out on top in the long game, and that's what usually happens here. And why, even for Super Marco, if he gets his hands on a Roger, for instance, like this, and he picks up a Sky Piercer, it's so tough. There's a reason why he's called Bulletproof Marco. So he's mostly going to maintain those stacks on the Sky Piercer.
Just doesn't go down. It doesn't help that, you know what, a Roger has invulnerability frames, I-frames, as, you know, the young kids like to call them, where you have a few seconds where you're invulnerable. You can't be targeted. Any targeting against you is removed. So, you know what, it helps to add to the flexibility of Super Marco, this hero, this Roger, and that, you know what, people were just going crazy with View, flying all over the map, never knowing where Kyle TZ and the rest of the gang are going to come out. Even Flap TZ coming out of nowhere most of the time. And TL-PH just, I guess, kind of similar to what you said. A bit more reliance on magic damage in this one. Didn't really help them a lot.
Yeah, and that was the thing, you know. This is a 16-minute game. You're getting to the point where TL-PH, your damage profile is going to fall off, especially with the itemization that came through from FCAP. And like you mentioned with Few, man, Few, one of the few players that will still pick up Aloy Yi. There aren't many, you know, out there. And
Not afraid.
Yeah, not afraid to use it, especially the utility that it provides to the team. And no matter what kind of lineup they have here, again, with FCAP, they just execute it to near perfection, at least as a team, and how the game plan is approached for them. Because you can see there, too, you know, the gold per minute here just from Kyle TZ alone, the way he was moving around the map, very high there. Few doing insane amount of damage like we talked about. And so when you have lineups that also like to fight around the dance floor, as Ingon like to put it, you know, the Zalman Forest, the Glorious Pathway, all that stuff.
Sir.
Like, what better hero to counter that with than Aloy Yi? Like, okay, we'll fight your dance floor. I'll just drop down a big circle of death, pretty much.
I got my own. I got my own floor
Exactly.
right here. And if you step into it, you're either safe or you're going to the back and you're looking for fights.
Or
right?
you're hurting your own teammates at that point.
Or, you know? So either way, it did feel like, even though there was a really scary dance floor for TL-PH, it felt easy for the heroes of FCAP to actually avoid that. Namely, you know, just have a Link fly out, you know, Jawheads run really fast.
He's an unstoppable force,
He's an
basically.
unstoppable force, like you mentioned. And, of course, the Aloy Yi can bring you anywhere on the map in an instant. Almost an instant. So I feel like it was just a very difficult game for TL-PH to maneuver. Maybe they were trying to buy some time where Benecutie could go unstoppable. And it did feel like there was a lot of power in Benecutie, especially in that last fight.
Yeah, again, like they're kind of playing on borrowed time. And, you know, like I said, TL-PH's game plan was there. It was very apparent what they wanted to do in game one. And, you know, execution-wise, like, they were finding these minor moments here and there. They were trying to stand off against FCAP, but unfortunately, it just fell apart. And I feel like when you look at all their games that they played, you know, in the past months since we saw them battle it out in Season 13 Grand Finals, that's something I feel like that FCAP has continued to refine was that macro-level play, but also down to those minor skirmishes where they're taking, like, even if, like I said earlier, if a couple of them go down, they get something else out of it, and that all kind of, like, stacks up, you know, to basically a victory is what they've gotten against TL-PH so many times at this point.
And even in this loss, it feels like TL-PH could still kind of, you know, catch up at certain points of the game. And again, it's not really JP's fault at this point. I don't think it was completely JP's fault. I think he did a pretty good job in tanking most of the damage.
Yeah.
It just so happens that there's just so much. There's so much to do. There's so much to do if you're fighting off against FCAP. And again, TL-PH, no better team. No other team is probably more familiar with what Falcons AP Bren can do than this team, but they still fell short.
They fell short. I think in a situation where it's a best of three, like, you have enough time to hopefully adjust from this. In most cases, when teams are against a team of this caliber like FCAP or TL-PH, in a best of three, it's not enough time. But we're talking again about the two titans here for MPL Philippines and just in the world, really. And so I do expect, you know, between this time now and when we get to the draft for Game 2 eventually here, like, you'll see those adjustments come through TL-PH. And I don't know what that all is going to be, but I would say primarily a little more balanced lineup. Like, not so towards the side of magic damage. Cover your grounds in the mid game, like, or early game, mid game, and then the late game. Have those, you know, that balanced lineup. Or maybe, again, we see them take a page out of FCAP's book from yesterday. Not saying that we see the Lolita Hanabi come out. I'm not saying that. But maybe there's something up their sleeves to pull through for Game 2.
I am looking forward to that. Honestly, if there was anything that Saire, the new coach recruit Saire, has up his sleeves, we are happy to, you know, to witness that. But of course, for now, we're gonna give him a little bit more time to just recuperate and kind of regroup. I wish I could put the camera there. You can see the meeting right behind us. But yeah, for the meantime, let's go over to Mara. She's actually going to interview some people here. So let's check out who she's talking to here today.
Were
here with the commissioner of UAP in esports, Miss Unique Monasterio. How are you?
Good, thank you. It's my first time watching MPL live this season, and I have to say it's actually very exciting. The crowd's really, really lively.
Oh yeah, they're really pumped. And you know, let's talk about UAP because it was the first time having esports, particularly MLBB in the UAP. What were the deciding factors that led to this?
Okay, so since it was the first time having esports in the UAAP, we wanted to be really inclusive. So we looked at having multiple platforms. So definitely mobile was one of the platforms we wanted to include. And of course, we decided on the most popular mobile game in the country. So it was definitely a given that MLBB would be a part of UAAP esports.
So what are your thoughts about the future of esports and MLBB, particularly with UAAP supporting this?
Actually, I think that the future is definitely looking bright. We're seeing a lot of support from the schools and the families of the student athletes as well. So I think that the level of play will definitely be elevated since we're looking at a really high level of competition in the collegiate league. And then I think that the professional teams now will also have another way of scouting for talent.
Now, what do you think about the experience? It was such a unique experience for the players, the students, and the crowd. How did you find that? How was the crowd for you?
It was eye-opening. It was It was a lot. There was a lot of strong emotions from all the teams. I have to say that all the student athletes, their attitude was very positive. They did their best to really make the event a success. But I think that aside from that, what I really enjoyed seeing was the support from the schools, their professors, the board of directors of the UAAP themselves, and of course their families. Like a lot of the families of the student athletes and their friends came over. They watched the games. They cheered the pep squad. And imagine seeing the cheering squad and the pep squad of your school in the audience cheering for you. So it was quite the experience, definitely.
And for us, it was such a big deal having MLBB in the UAP. Thank you so much. And congratulations on a successful first year.
Thank you. The team's actually here with me.
Nandito ang ating champion, ang ating UE Zenith Warriors. Congratulations. And later on, we'll be hearing from them in the panel. Thank you so much for coming here. And now we're going to go back to our casters. Pasok.
All right, there you go. Ms. Monique Monasterio for UAAP Esports. And yes, like we mentioned when the broadcast started, I wish I could be a college student again with all this happenings in UAAP. If you're not aware, university associations, right?
Yeah.
Esports associations like NCAA and stuff like that, maybe soon. But for now, they've integrated specific game titles, not just MLBB, multiple game titles. And it's a new age.
It's a new age, and we wish we were that age. You know, part of the age. Well, we kind of are, Rockhart. Like we can still obviously
if we wanted
commentate over it, but
yeah,
you know, again, it's different when you get to come from your favorite college and you get to cheer on your esports
You're
official
studying,
teams.
and you also want to play in the side.
Yeah, you know. So yeah, it's great to have them here because they get to experience this matchup too. You know, the Titans, like we mentioned, of MLBB battling it out here, and right now, I'm wondering who they're siding with. Like, maybe it's FCAP, maybe they are fans of TL-PH, maybe it's a split. But I think either way, just the experience here, of course, being here and in this MPL arena for this matchup is going to be phenomenal for them, phenomenal experience. And you know, I saw the clips too of UAAP, like the matches. I didn't get to go myself because I was out of the country, but I saw them and they were. It looked like full as well. Like auditorium was full.
They were having fun, man.
Yeah.
It was full. I think a few of our casters were also there. We were watching and casting it. Really fun stuff. And I hope they pick up something, you know, watching the best of the best, not just in the Philippines, but probably in the whole world, fighting off right in front of them. Some of that mojo could maybe rub off on you. I know I've been commentating in MPL, just hoping that, you know, maybe if I'm close enough to Carl TZ, some of that skill will transfer over. Hasn't happened yet. 7 years, but it'll happen someday.
One day.
One day, I'll be as good as him.
We can hope at that point, you know, and speaking of them, Carl Teasy and them, TL-PH, they're going to have to adjust. We already talked about game number 2,
Yeah.
and we'll be heading to the draft here.
So heading into the draft, what do you guys think is going to have to change? I'm actually super curious. I'm reading YouTube comments a lot. I see you guys, I see you guys reading out there. I see you on Facebook. I want to see what you guys think should be changed here. For TL-PH, do you think that was a good draft? Do you think it was just like a macro maneuver kind of thing that happened where it just felt like if I was on the receiving end of what FCAP did, I would be catching my breath because it felt like there was just fights happening every single minute.
That's what I love, though. Remember a time, Rockhart, when we were in a meta in seasons when it was just slow pace,
2 kills a game,
Lord dancing.
Right?
I would much rather have this. So, like, I'm still gonna say it. Even like I said with FCAP, the way that they kind of eventually dominated that game later on.
Yep.
Like to see them all barrel it out and have these skirmishes, these team fights break out early on and throughout the entirety of the game. That's great to see. So TL-PH, how do they adjust from this? The last ban is going to be the Julian coming out from FCAP here on that red side with TL-PH having this first pick. I don't know, man. Do they go the Rogers banned out? Do they go and pick up something that's going to give them that sureness, that confidence to go ahead and lock in the early game? Because that's what I say they kind of needed to fix from the last one, is locking in the early game for them. And there's a couple choices that they could pick up. Edith would have been great, but they're going to go with the high-low since it's open here.
Right. And honestly, I still have to maintain that. I feel like the Faramis was a missed opportunity, I think. That was great. Faramis there would have been a bit good. Maybe it could have allowed them to kind of tank into the late game and have Benny Cutie do more. He'd have 2 HP bars, he'd survive more. And same with the high loss. Maybe JP wouldn't have died as much, but then again, what's done is done. But maybe they can do that here. Although I'm not sure if it will go through. If they don't pick it up here, it might get banned out.
Do you think Benny Cutie should just go like a Mozkov here? Like just
or
pick up a
carry
regular marksman? Yeah.
Yeah, I think so. I feel like that's where Benny Cutie has excelled. These are hero picks that actually allow him to do the split push, do what he's known for. And I feel like you got to go you got to do what you're good at. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So if they go that right, that is going to be Hayabusa locked in here. That is not a Mozkov voice. It's going to be a Ruby being locked in. TL-PH still playing with the fact that, 100% Ruby could still go in the gold lane. You could put it in the XP lane. Just not sure if that's what they want to do.
Yeah.
But so far, the fact that they got the Hylos, they have a Hayabusa. It'll come down to an assassin matchup in the jungle. And we'll see if FCAP wants to go ahead and lock that in because, again, if they don't, there's probably going to be a couple more bans towards Kyle Teasy. You already have a great kind of rounded out lineup, too, this early on. There's the Ling, like we were talking about. So
perfect.
Why not? This is also, I would say for TL-PH, the number 1 point from the last one was just make sure you have your damage profiles in check. At least this time around, they got the Hayabusa, and they can play around a little more sturdiness, I would say, or like we said earlier, vitality between the Ruby and this Hylos.
The vitality, huh?
The
It's
vitality.
very foreign sounding word, but it just means you're tough.
You're tough.
You're tougher. You can go for longer. And that's exactly what I think should happen here for TL-PH. I think they should play for a longer team fight. Because I feel like if you go for the bursty kind of team fights, TL-PH, FCAP's going to come out on top. I feel like they just excel in picking off people from the map one at a time.
And now we're back once again. This is game number 2, match number 3.
Well, that's Mara.
Falcon CP Brand versus Team
As
Liquid
usual,
PH.
really good with kids. Love Mara's getting into that.
Sometimes it's hard for me to spawn out players in the crowd, especially because I'm so used to seeing
Ito, Hylos, Ruby, Hayabusa pa side ng TL-PH.
Same here.
We have Harry,
I feel like
Edith,
it's the same
and
thing.
Ling
We go out and we're wearing their
for Falcon's AP Brain.
Yeah.
Oh, is that MPL? Oh, is that
Parang gustong i-maintain dito ng TL-PH yung sustainability during clashes with the Ruby.
You're just in your, yeah.
No one really, what? Is that you? They'll go like that.
I guess I kind of stick out.
You have no choice but to stick out, my good friend. That's just the. that's just the boon of your
The
existence,
boon.
right?
I'm a 6'2" guy.
Yeah,
walking
guys.
around. I'm a large human being, you know, and I just have this beard,
And
and so people just point me out, and I'm just like, oh wait, what?
Average Filipino height is like 5'7", 5'8",
Yeah.
at most 5'9", right? So can't help but stick out. But you know what's sticking out here?
The Eternal Guard.
The Eternal Guard is back, and the front line here for Falcons AP Brand is actually they don't mind. They don't really mind at all.
I'm saying
They're going full ham.
Yeah, their front line can be the Eternal Guard alongside the Edith if they want to. Obviously, they're still gonna choose to
Aurora.
pick up possibly one more, at least like
And we are waiting para sa gold lane for Bene Cutie for TLPH.
Department already. We saw a lot of lockdowns happening with this hero previously throughout the week already. Now, last pick, is it going to be a gold lane option? What is this? Oh,
There's
okay.
the Lunox.
Lunox.
We've seen it banned out twice today and finally makes an appearance. Definitely going to be on gold
Bale,
lane.
Bene
You know what?
Cutie, Ruby.
You can swap out the Ruby and the Hylos for XP and Roam.
Yep.
Interestingly enough, for TLPH, so you're not 100% sure which one's going where. But definitely Hylos on Roam is better. But right now, what's the answer going to be here for if you're FCAP? I don't know, honestly.
Well, it sounds
Lunox
like
Roam.
it's Tigreal. That's
Tigreal.
All right.
You know what? You getting chaos bolted in the face. Tigreal doesn't care.
Might as well. Might as well pick a hero that doesn't mind getting chaos bolted to the face.
He might get frozen too. But the main point with this for FCAP is, you know what, Ogwin, if he gets his setups with the Implosion, great. If he doesn't, you still got an Edith, and you actually still have the knock-up too from the Eternal Guard usage. So that's why I think FCAP's like, you know what, we can possibly get some of the utility out from TLPH's lineup, but we still have, you know, option 2 and option 3 if we need to.
Yeah, gonna go for the wombo combo here. And I'm not gonna lie, it looks pretty spicy here for Team Liquid PH as well.
We have Lunox for
Having that
Bene Cutie.
The gold lane Ruby here.
Sanford
definitely help out
Ruby.
with damage that we were talking about earlier. But again, it's still magic, right? So let's see if FCAP can do it or if TLPH can come out on top. Let's see
Magandang
what Leo and
magandang
Ian
lineup
about
pa
this
sa
Brennan game
TLPH
two.
Interesting. We're here on
Wow.
game number 2.
Fans in the venue are
Falcons
going
AP
wild.
Brand
Game
versus
number 2
Team
again.
Liquid
We slashed
PH.
the Titans. Falcons AP Brand match point going up against TLPH.
The big guns come out, and by the big guns, I mean the Lunox.
The Lunox.
It was banned in a series, I believe, earlier today or yesterday.
Whoa!
The details kind of just blur together, but look at this, Ogwin asserting himself between JP and Sanji. Interesting. TLPH adjust based on what happened in game 1.
Floptizi with Sanford. Ganda ng matchup ito sa explain natin. Pero intriguing yung sa baba. Harit and Lunox.
Oh, the folks coming in from both of these teams, but Ogwin suffering the damage coming in from, oh, look at that. JP has to walk away
JP
here.
almost down.
Now, the interesting thing about these two teams is when push comes to shove, they manage to pick something out of the ordinary. Yesterday it was Falcons AP Brand with the Lolita Hanabi. This time it's TLPH with the Lunox. It's always the gold laners, Benny and Super Marco.
Yeah, look at this. Not just that, even the XP Ruby. We don't see that very often anymore. So with that adjustment, it looks like TLPH are really hedging on these theories, hedging on these principles that will allow for them to get a fast one over Falcons AP Brand, put us at sudden death. Let's talk about the gold lane matchup you already mentioned, the Lunox versus the Harris, Beauty versus Super Marco. If anything, in theory, all right, in theory, isn't the Lunox more like a bulletproof hero? Wouldn't that be good on Marco?
Yeah, especially if you have the Brilliance ready to be expended, assuming there's also no catch coming in from the members of TLPH. But of course, like the usual games, no action will entail here in the gold lane as the
Meron dito.
here at the top lane. Okay, a while ago,
Start
was
na ng
Flap
turtle.
easy. Got the first
Medyo mabagal tong na to. Mabagal yung pacing ng ngayon na match up.
Let's see if we can do it here.
Ogwin!
Coming in.
Ogwin! Ganda lang doon, pero with few.
Popping Sanford.
Ang ganda ng pick-up na yon. Carl TC nakapanish na si Owen. JP naman nakuha ni Flop TC. 1 is to trade. Carl TC secures the turtle.
MPL-PH walking away.
Falcons claim 2 bodies.
Falcons
plus the
AP
turtle.
Bren.
Again, a heads-up play.
Nakakuha yung turtle at may kasama pang mga kills.
Off guard. Now, TLPH, you're in the position right now that you don't want. Because again, you have
Pero yung bottom lane natin, the gold laners playing the poke,
JP with the Hylos.
baiting each
Again,
other.
Once it reaches the 9-minute mark, once Hylos has those tanky items, for sure, this the tides could turn in favor of the cavalry.
For sure, JP intercepting Ogwin, now laying down a glorious pathway. Picture perfect. Like, this is one of the best angled glorious pathways I've seen in a while. If that happened during a team fight, that would have been a win for Team Liquid PH.
Honestly, I think it's more of an aesthetic,
aesthetic
kind of vibe.
No, even efficiency-wise, like you try to cross your way out and retreat underneath your turret, it's not gonna happen.
Yeah, and you can't cross. You can't cross walls with the second skill from Tigreal, by the way. So that's really an efficient glorious pathway. But again, the problem remains for TLPH. Again, FCAP establishing an early lead here. Kyle TC freely roaming here with the Ling. Just like game number 1.
Carl TZ with Sanford and JP pataas.
Compared to the Nolan game, he had a rough start.
Yep.
I believe he was 1-2-2. Early pickup of the Sky Piercer. So this time, TLPH can actually...
Gandang hold to ng ano, pero Flop TC nararamdaman na meron tatlo dito.
Rather, his map mobility, rotational speed is so much
JP
higher.
with Carl TC, nasungkit dito. Ganda na pagkakahatak doon ni Ruby.
Primal Wrath, he's going 3v1.
Glorious pathway, hindi na makakatakas dito. JP takes down Flop TC sa top lane.
That took what? Almost 10 seconds?
10 seconds and 3 ultimates from TLPH. But still, that was a worth it trade because they got a kill onto the XP laner. And as the turtle will spawn in 10 seconds, Falcons AP Bren, a while ago, the reason why they got the first turtle was the mid-bush control. Ogwin was there, ready to expand the implosion plus the flicker play. And with the flicker available, they can actually do it again.
Alright, luckily, FlapTZ has spawned in time to contest for the second turtle. Now they're deep into the pit. Mind you, Carl TZ already picked up his Hunter Strike, so he's playing with 2.
Again!
Oh, ganda doon.
And the push out the Sacred Hammer.
Ogwen nakuha si Sanford. View from the back. Carl TC nakuha si JP. Carl TC naman ang nakabawi, kumuha ng turtle. Hindi pa tapos dito. Ang Falcons AP Bren, kukuha pa sila. 3 is down sa side ng TLPH.
Sanji looking for a quick double. Not so fast, says FCAP. They get second.
Ang intense ng bakbakan na yun.
Sanji almost got a major outplay over 2 members of Falcons AP Bren. But looking at what happened, Falcons got 3 kills plus... No, Carl TZ got the
We need to relax muna bago sundan yung bakbakan ng dalawa.
Driving force of the Falcons. Again, the implosion flicker play. We were just mentioning that he could do it again. He literally did it again. This time connecting onto Sanji. But a good answer also from Sanji because the Frigid Glacier is like the signal.
We are on the 5-minute mark of the game.
We can re-engage.
Yeah. So best believe once Sanji gets a couple more core items, it'll be worse for FCAP. It won't be so easily just because Ogwin found the angle.
Yeah.
They can go in. So now, I think it's a matter of TLPH biding their time. They have to understand that they can't keep forcing these engagements just because of the promise of a mid-game power spike. They have to still make it there.
Yeah, and Ogwin right now, 6 minutes in, picks up his Athena shield, so you can expect more aggressive plays coming in from the roamer of Falcons AP Pred, as they also have a 2.4k gold lead. Oh, look at this.
Dahan-dahan umaabante dito ang Falcons AP Bren, pero JP making sure na meron siyang enough vision kung nasa members ng Falcons AP Bren. Pero bottom lane, kukunin ni Carl TC ito.
A little bit of a change again in pacing, but just story-wise, early to mid, FCAP has better map control. Earlier it was because of the low E, right?
Yeah.
Now it's because of just faster rotational speed.
Yeah, good wave management. Again, distractions made by the mid trio of Falcons, apart from Kyle TC. She's the one split pushing. But okay,
Third is here. JP, Sanji, Sanford ang nakapesto rito. Ogwen, Pew, and Carl TC making visions lang muna. But Flop TC and Super Marco nandito na rin. Mukhang alangan dito yung pwesto ni JP. Masyadong malapit. Pero BNQT from the back.
placed on their side. Oh, Gwen coming in, catches one. It's just JP. Still looking for a good implosion. Turtle gets reset.
Okay, battle spell still available for both of these teams.
Nisimulan ng
Who's gonna
Pato
set
save
first?
goal. Glorious pathway
is there.
para kay JP.
Implosion, the answer back plus the
Pero
EG.
from the back, Kaltisi pa nakakuha ng Belly Cutie. Takes Ogwen. 1:1 trade. JP is also down pero nanalo in favor of
Okay,
MPL-PH sa turtle take na yon.
This time, no extra additional casualties with Carl Tizzy. Just making sure, keeping FCAP in check. Goes in alongside Sanford there. But again, looking at the trade, 1 for 1, roamer for roamer. Carl Tizzy securing it with a good retribution steal. And looking at the items right now.
Yeah, I got my eyes on Sanji. Check it out, man. His first big item is the glowing wand.
Yeah.
So he would rather punish Ogwin and Flap for, maybe pushing too much forward.
Yeah.
And then eventually he'll start building the big boy magic items.
And I actually saw that Benny Cutie on the other, but wait. Again.
Oh, here we go. Sanji,
Pew!
drops the ult.
From the back, pero makabawi si Kaltisi. Double kill para kay Kaltisi. JP is down. Tatlo ang bumaksak sa TL-PH.
3 for 1.
That was actually a
Grabe yung trade na yon in favor of Falcons AP Bren.
They have the sustain. Counter-attack always on point and they're not yet done. As Kyle Tizzy working on the orange buff here of Carl Tizzy.
Dahan-dahan umaabante ngayon ang Beast.
Still away now.
And now they're working on the middle lane turret here.
And they're able to push it.
Okay.
One more from the Ballista.
Oh! Nabitin pa.
One more. Literally one more.
Just one more. Uno mas.
Now Falcons AP
Grabe, ayan na.
3.5k gold lead. So far, so good. They can out-sustain the Frigid Glacier even if Sanji
JP, glorious pathway dito from the middle.
They can still outplay TL-PH.
Definitely helps now that there's a winner crowd on Few. And
Yeah.
Marco, I think, just had to click the Purify once all game.
Yeah. Again, bulletproof. Shades of game number 3
Grabe
yesterday where
to.
he has it ages with Hanabi, but I think...
Rarely had to press it.
I didn't even think that he pressed it.
Gapisong dito, like ng tower. Dinedepensahan ngayon, napitik naman. Ni Super Marco. We are in on the first lord ng ating matchup.
Right now, TL-PH really looking for the momentum.
TL-PH hinahanap yung tamang timpla kung paano ba mag-pick up o makakapag-set up dito si JP with Sanji para makapita sa side ng Falcons AP Bren. Kyle TC nasa likod.
Look at that position of Kyle TC. Conceal play coming in from Ogwen. He has the flicker though.
Coming in. Spots him in that fence bush, and now 40 reclaiming back a little bit of ground for Team Liquid PH. Because of the whole Lord shuffle, Benny Cutie was able to take care of that long lane and then come back and join in.
Still managing the waves again. One of the best split pushers, backdoor enders of MLBB, Benny Cutie. He knows how to manage this, the lanes. So TL-PH still confident enough that they can contest for this Lord. But again, Ogwen, they have the battle spells. 2 for 2 so far for the roamer of Falcons AP Bren in terms of flicker implosion plays. Now, Few Super Marco. This is the patient game again. The patience of both of these two teams in full display. The Land of Dawn is really quiet, Leo.
Really quiet. The tension is building. And look at this. Because of how
Dahan-dahan nagpapakiramdaman dito.
they would rather play the bushes. Look at this. Look at this. Flap is crossing over.
Grabe, ang tagal ng Lord take na to.
They know now at this point, you know?
The Lord dance of
And he can join in quickly. Look at this.
the Philippines.
Kyle TC again working on the bottom lane.
Kyle TC making diversion play sa bottom lane. Napabalik doon si Benny Cutie. Ito na ba yung call para mag-commit ang Falcons AP Bren para kunin ang Lord?
In the middle lane and also the top lane. But again, this is where Open loves the position when he's the Tigreal. The mid lane brush. Again, he has the flicker. He has the implosion as Kyle TC picks up a BOD.
Yes, that hurts. I mean, I'm just thinking about it. It hurts.
Ganda ng ginagawa ni Kyle TC dito. Pinipresang pauwiin yung isang member dito ng
Now
TL-PH.
4.5k.
To play defense sa bottom lane.
Engaged. JP and Flappy
Pero
the
sinimulan ito
frontliners.
ng
Ogwen
Falcons
goes
AP Bren,
for the
JP.
seal, spotted by Sanford, cancelled out. The
Pero
explosion,
Ogwen, pumasok na dito, naitulak pa, alanganin yung buhay dito. Sanford from the back, hahabulin ni KLTC pero may tirapang buhay. Hindi sapat yung naging damage doon para ma-burst si Sanji. And Sanford going back home. JP still holding the line of defense para sa side ng MPL-PH. This might be the call para sa side ng Falcons AP Bren. Possible na kunin yung Lord.
It's not as free. It's not as free unless they know where Benny Cutie is. It's never free.
Okay, but he's gonna work on first his purple buff.
Ooh, Carl just picked up the Malefic Roar, so he's about maybe a half step behind
half a shadow.
Kyle now. But you know what? I can't say that because Kyle is at about 11, 12K.
Yeah.
Carl is barely past 8.
Yeah, but again, this is still Carl TZ. Still go for the steal, but Ogwen!
And here we go!
KLTC from the back! Binakbaan dito ni KLTC. Kunuha si Sanford. Supermarket takes down JP. Hindi pa tapos dito ang Falcons AP Bren. Makakuha pa ng Lord. Aabante na ba dito ang Beast?
Third consecutive flicker implosion play from Ogwen.
He is the inevitable.
Same spot, the Thanos of this game. A literal titan as they work on the middle lane turret. And now MPL-PH not looking good for the cavalry.
There's not many factors.
Alanganin dito ang Falcons AP Bren. In terms of Benny Cutie.
Approach remains the same. You can't change the results. He was gonna get away with it.
And amidst of it
Hindi natin
all,
pwedeng i-discount yung capabilities nito ni Bagyong Benny.
Wow.
It's either end this early o makakuha pa ng momentum ang MPL-PH dito. Pero ngayon kumakatok ng Falcons AP Bren. Maximize dito yung first Lord to take down the tower sa bottom lane. Pero JP, ang ganda na ng pasok ni JP is down, take down by Super Marco. Yung Lord na pasok sa loob, kukunin pa dito yung mid tower na meron ang MPL-PH.
Depriving Carl TZ, the young goat, of necessary resources to come back from this 9.5k gold deficit.
Much needed purple.
But look at Ogwen, what a heads-up play. As soon as the Glorious Pathway was casted, casting the implosion and making sure that the horse, the half-man, half-horse can't go away. But a concealed play coming in from Falcons.
Looking for the range. Let's go. It was just a feint.
In and out.
It was just a feint. They were forcing Team Liquid to respond, and best believe if MPL-PH did respond, that's maybe when Marco would have dropped the Purify, dropped his Almond Force, and danced.
But right now, MPL-PH really having a hard time. Okay, Falcons AP Brand with that concealed play was able to get down to
Less than 1 minute for the next Lord. Yung map control dito pinapakita ng Falcons AP Bren, dominating the whole map.
The gold lead here, 10,000. Half of that is between Kyle and Carl. There's literally 2 economic classes between these 2 junglers right now.
Exactly.
5,000, that's like an item and a half for an assassin.
Item and a half lead for
We have here 9.6 gold lead para sa side ng Falcons AP Bren.
Still deathless for Marco, still deathless for Kyle TZ. And now MPL-PH, they still could turn things around again. They have Sanford with the Ruby. Not the usual role where you place in Ruby, the XP lane.
He has to build kind of tanky, which explains the dominant size.
Yeah, but at the same time, I think MPL-PH kind of lacking damage because Sanji has a Frigid Glacier. It's
Ogwen with Super Marco in Pew. Trying to steal the blue buff.
Whoa! Ogwen catches one.
Ogwen, ang ganda ng pick-up doon. Glorious Pathway, nilipad na KLTC, nakuha si Ogwen doon. Pero Super Marco na-punish naman si JP. Sanford is also down. Hindi pa tapos dito ang Falcons AP Bren. Pero Flop TC almost down.
Down goes Few. Carl TC gets one. Benny Cutie traded out. 3 for 3.
3 for 3. Grabe to.
After 2 games, Super Marco has fallen down. 1 death for the bulletproof Marco. A good counterattack from MPL-PH. And as I was saying that I thought they lacked damage, As long as Sanji's Rigid Glacier connects to at least 3 members, there is still hope for the Cavalry. And looking at
Pero sinisimo dito, Kyle TC and Flap TC starting dito, pero binabox out dito ni Flap TC, Sanji. And Kyle TC with JP, sinimulan na Owen from the back. Magmamaterials ba dito, pero immortality para kay Flap TC para makaiwas. Ogwen playing the rescue.
A lot of battle spells expended as well as ultimates. No casualties whatsoever as we approach the 18-minute mark. And just like the countless series that these two teams have battled out.
This is a championship caliber of match. Ganun katindi yung bakbahan to. Team Liquid PH versus Falcons AP Bren. Let's go!
And look at this, JP's gonna dance. JP's gonna shuffle with Ogwen and Few. And for the first time in a while, look at this, 40 has control of the river bush. Pulls one off.
Alanganin doon, Flap TC na huli. Pero Super Marco na uwa. Si Carl TC, alanganin si Sanford, hinahabol dito ni Kyle, pero nakinap Ogwen, nakuha. Double kill para kay Bagyong Benny.
Kyle can smell blood, but he's also pretty low himself. Sanji pushing him away from the walls. Nothing comes free, nothing comes close, nothing comes easy.
Crucial.
As Team Liquid PH.
What a crucial gameplay doon. Ang ganda ng ginawa ni JP para ma-secure ang kill kay Flap TC, follow by
This is how they swept Falcons AP
Carl TC.
To every bit of hope that they have, and looking at the instant replay, a beautiful setup from Ogwen, but the problem is
Super Marco takes on Carl TC.
Look at the patience of Benny Cutie. He literally waited for the skills to be expended before entering the clash.
Dude, that's his own version of the Benny bomb with a Lunox. That's a Benny bomb if ever I've seen one. A push forward.
Hingang malalim tayo dito.
In your face.
Now the plan for Falcons AP Bren is to work on the macro game once
Bottom
again.
lane, same procedure.
Making sure that there's a slow push ensuing here in the bottom lane.
Oh yeah.
3.5k gold lead. So far, the lead has been reduced. It shrank. It
Down
started.
to a third.
It was 10.6k a couple of minutes ago.
Exactly.
Now it's 3.5. Quick maths.
All right, so now we're approaching the 20-minute mark again, way past the average of what a Season 14 game would look like in MPL Philippines.
Yeah, this is an Omega game. Smart Omega game.
It's approaching that point, yes. Well, this is the ultra late game now. And I think it's item perfection now because look, you changed one of his items into a DG.
Okay.
Sinimulan na ng Falcons AP Bren, JP, waiting for his time to make glorious pathway. Kyle TC ang nasa gitna, pero makatakas ba? Super Marco from the back, dishing out some damage. Ogwen gumawa ng pick to play doon. JP, Kyle TC takes down Kyle. Ogwen nakakuha rin dito. Sanji nakakuha ng Lord. Dalawa ang bumaksak sa side ng Falcons AP Bren. Grabe yan.
From the Aurora as they clear the minions from the middle lane and the bottom lane. You can hear the crowd in Green Sun Hotel making some noise.
Nakuha na ng TLPH yung gold lead from 10,000 from Falcons AP Bren. TLPH, Team Liquid PH taking the gold lead. This is endable. Dire-diretso nagmamarcha dito ang Cavaliers. It's 3v5 making defense.
7 seconds before Kyle TC.
They're waiting for the Lord marching on the top lane.
Falcons AP Bren, a Lord marching in the top. They have enhanced minions here. They have the setups. They can easily end this game and turn things around. JP goes in.
Glorious pathway. Alangan yung buhay dito. Nauubos. Flap TZ. Pero making is. Nakakuha pa. 2-2 trade. Kaya ba Sanji is down. Nakadepensa dito. Ang Beast.
Carl TZ and Benny call it quits. They're out of here.
It is 3v2.
Two inhibitors.
Look at the death timers. in the lines of 4.
Oh.
Oh no, Falcons AP Brand, I think they're gonna work on the bottom
Falcons
lane.
AP Brand, kaya bang tapusin to? Benny Cutie waiting on the bushes.
I wish I could give them my mic because everyone's screaming, even TOPH.
The Cavaliers and the Bees, ever as loud as they could be. All right.
Mukhang hindi pa. They're waiting for their teammates. Regroup muna ang call ng magkabilang team natin. Maybe waiting for the setup play for the next Lord.
I think it's not gonna end up with a Lord kill here.
I mean, it's gonna happen at the Lord.
Yeah, at the Lord, yes.
Both teams can't just turn a blind eye because...
Yeah, shout out kay Rodney Ben Consejo. Senpai Momo in the house.
Carl Teasy on the Hayabusa, and you're still looking at Benny Cutie. This man has pulled off backdoors all over the world.
Anything is possible.
Pero hinihintay dito.
Cambodia.
Where
Indonesia,
else? Malaysia,
anywhere and everywhere.
Wherever you want.
You gotta watch your base.
Oh no. This. What else?
Kyle TC making sure na may slow minion wave push sa top lane. Pero JP, ganda ng mga binibitawang glorious pathways kanina, yung paggawa ng highway para sa side ng TOPH.
5K gold lead this time, not depriving Carl TZ of the necessary buffs that they need.
You got everything he needs, man.
One inhibitor left for TOPH. All the outer turrets of Falcons AP Friend for the bottom lane are still there, but they still have one inhibitor turret.
They have a virgin bottom lane.
Yeah.
Just straight up, nothing can touch it. And look, I understand because TLPH is trying to clear that too. Because again, working off of inevitability is important in a matchup like this.
Now for me, the question is it worth it for Ogwin to cast the implosion play first? Because Sanji always manages to counterattack with a bigger
Start na ng Lord Dance.
I would say, find
Grabe, isang pagkakamali lang dito.
TLPH will always try to look for initiative, will always look for the tempo. If you're FCAP, find the counter play.
Wait. I think there's a mistake because Sanford
flickered, yeah.
Flickered in.
Sanford flickered. I'd love to see the player camera, but no, it looks like it's all according to plan. He seems fine.
Yeah, Falcons AP Brand, okay. They spotted out where Ogwen is hiding.
Sa top lane, mo prepare sa hinto ng Falcons AP Bren.
Both of these teams will work the macro game.
Mukhang binibait dito ng AP Bren yung yung TLPH na mag-commit doon sa Lord para palabasin na sila na outnumbered sa Lord Pit.
For both of these teams. Falcons AP Brand winning game number 1. They have the match point. And again, winning this game will give them a lot of confidence.
Yan, nagpakita na sa mapa.
Calling them Titans, they're still not on top of the leaderboards. So they need this win to establish themselves once again.
Mukhang hindi na binibait na lang talaga dito. Balak dumiretso dito ng Falcons AP Ben sa top lane. Conceal play. Yan, shout kay Kuya Obet. Welcome sa ating live stream.
Look at that, the stare down between JP and Flap. Neither of them are fighting, but
Hinahanap dito yung mga members nila eh. Hindi basta-basta magpapakita, pero ito nga binibait ng Falcons AP Bren ang TLPH sa top lane.
Oh, look at that! It's possibly a free. Oh! Call TC!
Na-punish doon si Kyle, walang retry holder.
Unpunished with impunity.
Grabe yan.
That's goated.
What a goat move! Saves the inhibitor turret up top,
Hindi pa
evades the implosion of
tapos.
Ogwen, and now sets themselves up for a potential last Lord takedown.
And here we go, the glorious pathway set in. Winter Crown Fu by Flap Teasy.
Pero nandito na ang members ng TLPH. JP from the back. Makakagawa ba ng miracle play dito? Ang Falcons AP Bren. Pero sa top lane, nandun si Super Marco Sanford, alanganin, Immortality.
And look at Sanji. Sanji's going for a backdoor himself.
Ang ganda ng buy time doon. Cortis secures the Lord.
Oh, Winter Crown play coming in from Sanji and manages to flicker out.
There's the ult. Ogwen gets caught by the tail end, and they let go.
The most crucial sacrificial play from Sanford.
Yaela,
MPL-PH secures
Hamar,
that Lord,
says
but
hi
Falcons
sa
AP
ano
Bren,
natin,
5
sa
members
live
are
stream
still
natin
here.
sa
No
YouTube.
potential
Welcome
split
sa
push
ating
play.
live stream.
Falcons AP Bren, they know that they have to defend first.
Yaela Hamar, shoutout sa'yo.
Jose, I gotta say, man, look at all the battle spells. 40 doesn't have one. 40's not even on the map. Sanji doesn't have one. It's a minute and a half before that goes off of cooldown. And look at FCAP.
Yung shoutout sa mga viewers natin dyan sa YouTube.
Exact. And the rest of the members of Falcons AP Bren all intact with their kits.
We're in the
Now they're trying to attempt
27-minute
fast
mark.
clear of
The
Lord here.
ultra late game.
Can they? Look, Lord
I think
standing.
they can.
That's 40k. That's 40k HP.
Okay, Glorious Pathway will be casted here.
Glorious Pathway, bakbakan na makukulat dito, pero Ogwen nasa harap. JP alanganin, makaka-burst ba dito? Kaltisi na paatras.
And they stand their ground, and they're still going. The immortality's keeping him alive. He's burning, and he's gonna be calling back. Lord, barely standing, barely taken out, just like that. And now the lead. God.
Welcome to MPL-PH Season 14. Falcons AP Bren versus Team Liquid PH. What another classic match-up sa mga team na to.
Won't have any access for a potential backdoor play. Won't have any access to their precious buffs.
That tier 1 down bottom reminds me of Rockhart.
Still standing.
It's still here.
Yan,
Since
Yaela
the very
Marti a
first second
win.
of this game, Rockhart is still here.
It's still here.
Meron tayo top Cavalier. From Yaela Hamar.
Since season 1 ka pa, Rockhart.
He's been here since forever, and
Grabe.
made sure to take care of that.
Ang hirap ano ito.
I think that is a master
Lahat ng advantage, disadvantages na wala na. It's more on ano na to, strategies. Bakbakan talaga. We're almost on the 30-minute mark ng ating game. Wala pang bumibitaw. Ngayon magkakaalaman dito for the next Lord.
Able to utilize that Lord. Wow. And okay, battle spells are
And kahit na may ano tawag nun, mishaps during this match, during this game, kumbaga parehong nakakapag-adjust yung magkabilang team natin. This is both world champions. Speak Indo, please. Sorry, I'm a Filipino. I can't speak Indo. Sorry, Yaela.
With Rogan and Yigo.
Yeah, honestly, they're not scared of the Flicker Implosion play. As long as Sanji is not caught up in the Implosion, they can always counter-attack with the Frigid Glacier.
We're looking here, checking the bushes from JP, making some visions. Pairing top lane natin, oh. Look at that, may standoff dito. Delikado si Kaltisi, it's 2v1 from the top lane. And Ogwen making
FCAP taking control of a majority of that Lord pit.
in-out play.
And that was close. That was close. Kyle TZ, that was close.
This one is an intense matchup.
So far, no battle spells spent, no ults. And the map is, I'd say, mostly red up top and down bottom, but that's it. Now JP, spotted here by Marco.
Your GP nandito. Same ano pa rin, same objective.
It's a pretty 50-50.
Clash of Titans delivers this game.
30-minute game. Welcome to the Philippines. MPL-PH Season 14. This is regular season hindi pa to championship match. Hindi to playoffs, regular season pa lang to.
They're here for the people. In the MPL, they're here for the people all around the world. That's why they're called the Titans of MLBB.
I'm sure the fans are
Kapit lang mga kaibigan. Please do like and share ang ating live stream para mas marami tayong makapanood sa bakbaan ng dalawang Titans na to. Sobra yung ano dito.
Look at this huge rotation. I don't think JP knows that there's 5 members of FCAP in the vicinity.
They could actually go for him.
It doesn't matter. He has Revitalize and
Immortality.
Glorious Pathway and an Immortality. Sanford juggling here with the
Lap PC alanganin dito. Pick up play. Trying to burst out dito si JP pero napakalaki ng buhay. hindi sila basta-basta pwedeng mag-commit ng ultimate dito. Napakadisiplinadong gameplay para sa side ng Falcons 80 Brain. Hindi nila basta-basta binibitawan yung mga ultimate resources na meron sila just to kill JP. Yun ang hinihintay ngayon ng TL-PH na mag-commit ng micro mistake dito. Yung Falcons 80 Brain.
Y'all ever played a 30-minute game of ML?
We're on the 32 minute time para sa side.
Talking about cardio, huh? I hate cardio. But I love MLBB. I love these two teams playing. They can
What
go
an intense
from a
match.
best of 5, a best of 7, anywhere around the world, and just believe I will be there.
We're like watching a championship match sa dalawang to. Sobrang kilala. Sobrang familiar sila sa gameplay ng isa't isa. JP, Pew, maiipit ba? Glorious pathway. Pero Flap TC trying to burst out dito. Trying to pick up JP, pero hindi pa rin. Grabe yung kunat na meron dito si JP. Kasalanan mo to.
Fat wave up top. And the best part is the glorious pathway was expended in exchange for fused flicker. So Falcons AP Brand
Here we come. Falcons AP Brand starting to take the Lord, pero JP once again playing the vision play para side ng MPL-PH from the back. Kyle TC. Ogwen napipick up dito, alanganin ng pwesto, pero still wala pa rin.
MPL-PH played with range. Times out the massive ults. Kyle TC trying to jump
Carl TC and Kyle pitikan lang dito, wala pa rin. Grabe.
It's a hard resetting and it's hard reset.
Another hard reset.
The discipline of these two teams are so remarkable na hindi mo na dapat anuhin pa. Questionin kung ano yung kaya nila, yung capabilities nila.
With the Bulls and the Lakers going 200 apiece in triple overtime.
Honestly, 12 minutes away from having a full-length NBA game. That's how long this game is right now, and you can still see the crowd.
JP still ang gugulo rito. Pinupok si Flap. Flap trying to hold on his self. Alanganin dito. JP from the back. Super Marco trying to burst. Super Marco takes down JP.
That's a member down for TL-PH, the first in minutes.
Oh no, TL-PH. I think they still have to contest here.
5v4 in favor of Falcons AP Brain. Pero hindi bumibitaw dito. Sanji. Kyle TC kinat yung minion wave sa top lane. Pero arrest mo dito si Carl. Pero nakita natin umaabante na unti-unti dito. Alanganin dito si Kyle TC. Kaya bang i-burst dito. Kyle TC is down. Dalawa ang baksak dito. Sinisimulan ng Falcons AP Brain ang Lord. Grabe yung micro and macro mechanics ng dalawang team na to.
And they're just delaying the inevitable. I think they don't even have to wait for the Lord. It's just for formality. After numerous series, it looks like Falcons AP Brain will get another win onto TL-PH.
Kumakatok na dito ang Beast. Trying to end this game. Tower lock, base lock ang call dito. Falcons AP Brain sweeping TL-PH. Taking game number 2. Grabing serye to. Woo! Congratulations sa both teams. Ang haba na nakakapagod kahit manood ka lang. Sobrang intense, pero still kudos sa Team Liquid PH. Ang ganda ng pinakitang laban dito. Ang ganda nung ng depensa. GG. Yan, Yael Hamar, sorry for not talking in Indo. But thank you for watching here on MPL-PH Season 14 on Chelsea Gaming. Pawis. Grabe. Grabe, GG, well played sa side ng MPL-PH, and congratulations to Falcons AP Brent for taking a sweep against the current champions.
My goodness! Once again, give it up for Falcons AP Brand! I don't know kung aware kayo, that was 35 minutes and 34 seconds, the longest game we've had this season. Phew! My gosh! Para talagang palaging grand finals pagkatapat nyo yung TL-PH. What makes Falcons AP Brand ba the Titans of MLBB in your opinion?
Para sa akin siguro yung yung chemistry namin. Para sa akin yun talaga kasi nung nagsimula naman kami, hindi naman kami parang mga star player sa mga role namin. Pero dahil matagal namin magkasama, nabuo na yung chemistry namin.
And in your opinion, how was that game 2? How was that for you?
Nakakaubos ng laway. Gusto ko na nga mangingi ng tubig kaso dire-diretso yung comms namin. Nabuo na yung chemistry namin.
Nagkakagulo pa kayo sa comms? How was it there? Ano yung mga nasisigaw doon kanina?
Hindi naman nakakagulo. Lagi lang nag-overthink sa mga bush kung sino gagawa ng play.
Sige nga, favorite moment doon sa 35 minutes na yon. Ano yung paborito mo doon?
Yung favorite moment siguro yung napatay namin si Carl nung last.
MPL-PH.
Oh, nung last?
To tell you.
Dun sa, okay. Actually,
Yaela,
speaking of Carl,
the BYs or the
bigay natin to
is no longer
kay Kyle TZ.
in
Nakalimutan mo daw
MPL-PH.
ba kung saan galing yung IGN mo?
They're no longer part
Okay,
of
how was
Blacklist
it
either.
na simula pa lang nung
They are
game
full-time,
na first blood
content
mo
creator right
si
now.
Carl TZ pagkatapos ng palag? Na first blood mo
Yan.
siya.
The Royal Duo is no
Jump lang.
longer with
And how is it like for
MPL-PH.
you na simula pa nung last season's finals, hindi pa rin nakakaisang match sa inyo ang TL-PH?
Yan,
Hindi pa rin nakakaisa sa'yo.
yan, thank you, Yaela Hamar, for watching on our live stream. And hopefully soon or in near future, we can see BYs again playing on MPL-PH. But right now, they're committing as a full-time content creator for Aurora.
Always going off face-off. Now, i-announce natin ang ating MVP of the game. Can you guys guess who it is? Tignan natin. May wild reaction tayo sa harap. Let's take a look at the screen. MVP is
Kyle TZ.
Kyle TZ! Ikaw nga ang ating best jungler so far ngayong season. Now, what do you want to say to all your supporters?
Sa lahat po ng mga sumusuporta sa Falcons AP Ben, maraming salamat po sa pagsuporta niyo po sa amin. Sobrang nakakatulong po naman.
A better 35-minute game.
Is there anything you want to say to Carl?
The longest so far for this season.
And that was really a great game. And now we're going to announce the lucky fan that will win 3,000 diamonds.
3,000
Come on up.
diamonds.
Congratulations. Our lucky fan of the series. What's your name?
Jerome po. Jerome.
Jerome, sino dito ang favorite player mo?
Sino po? Ogwin po.
Si Ogwin. Okay, bakit si Ogwin?
Actually, M2 pa lang, brand name gusto ko si Lusty. Ngayon si Ogwin naman. Kasi gusto ko talaga yung makunat.
Bakit nga ba ang kunat mo? Sige, dito ka muna. Tabi ka. Ikaw yung idol niya. Anong gusto mong sabihin sa kanya dahil talagang fanatic siya ng Falcons AP brand?
Thank you sa suporta. Tsaka tuloy mo lang sa pagsuporta ng AP brand. Thank you.
Congratulations! Bigyan ng diamonds!
Wow!
All right. Falcons AP brand,
may diamonds
you may now take your bow. And take your walk of victory.
And once again, this is Chessy Gaming, your authorized streamer partner for MPL-PH Season 14. See you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Because lots of things happened in that 35 minutes and 34-second game. Kaya pupunta na tayo sa ating panel. Pasok!
I could not agree more. So many things happened in that game. And of course, to help us break that down, since a lot of things happened, we got a pro player as well here for you guys.
Hello.
And introduce yourself to people who don't know you.
Hi, I'm John Lawrence Chavez, and I'm the UAAP winner, the inaugural UAAP winner of MLBB.
MLBB.
That's
and
right.
You're a mid laner, right?
Yes.
What's your favorite
Just
hero?
like him.
Gord?
No.
What?
I think Louis.
Louis.
Yes.
What did you play in your grand finals?
Faramis and Lilia.
Faramis and Lilia? Okay,
Yep.
awesome. So
Yeah.
we're happy to have you here, to Chavez, to break down this game. What do you think of it real quick, too? This is the longest that we've
Yeah.
had. Maybe is this the longest you've seen?
Uh-huh. The game was tiring. It was very... I think it's safe to say that this game is definitely the most...
What?
Intense?
Yes, intense. That's the word that I'm looking for. Intense game that I've seen so far in this competition.
Yeah, I think a lot of people would agree. Even we were at the edge of our seats. Nice and I were standing as well.
Yeah.
And I think you could tell from the first minute of the game that Falcons AP Bren actually felt like they had a pretty good advantage, right, in the game. What do you think was their advantage majority based on highlights?
I think Ugwin's aggressiveness really gave the Falcon AP Bren the advantage that they need.
Yeah.
In those, Ugwin in those skirmishes. Also, Sanji with his Aurora skill dropping is perfectly timed in those clashes.
Pretty good, yeah.
Yeah, I think also in this game, he is safe to say that he is their savior. Also, him getting the Lord.
It was, yeah.
We got to ask him this, though.
What?
Like, what did you think about Few specifically here? Because
Oh,
Few,
yeah.
like, on
He's
the
mid
next
laner.
line, you're a mid laner, too.
Yeah.
So, with Few, like, did you see impressive plays from Few for FCAP?
Naturally, I mean, Vexana is a very passive-aggressive hero in.
I know a lot of people like that.
Passive-aggressive, yeah.
Yeah, a passive-aggressive hero in MLBB, and especially when they don't really want the LPH to just let them get the plays that they need. He disrupt basically the clashes that they are advancing for.
Yeah, I feel like you're right. They did have a lot of ways to actually maybe overtake FCAP, but the Vexana with, of course, the crowd control that you offer with the Eternal Guard, not just the crowd control, right? It hurts. It is like a tank.
Yeah.
Especially in the early game, late game rather.
That's what I was mentioning in the draft. I was saying, you know, this is such a good line. Both sides had great lineups, but I think because you have this Eternal Guard that helps into pretty much setting things up, and that's what we saw between the Edith, the Tigreal, like all those setups were kind of exchanged. And I like what we heard even from Flap earlier. He's like, you know, no, like we don't care that it was the longest game so far in the season. It's like we still keep a calm head. Remember, this is a team that played in a meta where it was all about the long game.
Oh, remember those times we were watching MPL-PH back then when the Lord dances were like 20 minutes or so.
Way different now.
And we're talking about what do we prefer. Obviously, Assassins are very fun to watch.
Exactly.
I don't know if you agree. I know Assassins can be a pain in the butt in the mid lane,
definitely.
right?
Yep.
So, but for now, what do you think about the Assassin matchup this time?
Ling and Hayabusa.
Ling and Haya. What do you think about that?
It's a natural matchup between those two assassins. I mean, obviously Ling has the advantage with his ultimate, dodging the ultimate of Hayabusa. But I think both of them did really great, especially Ling trying to assassinate Sanji, and Carl TZ
just
definitely doing his best to just defend and go to the Lord Pit, defend, go to the Lord Pit.
We didn't even get a chance to ask Chavez, by the way.
What?
Who do you support here? Are you an
yeah, that's
are
a
you
good
more
question.
of a Falcons AP Bren fan, or are you more of a Team Liquid PH fan, who formerly Echo? Like,
I mean, I support who's ever winning. The
you
game.
support whoever's winning.
Ah, whoever
Yeah.
wins.
You don't
All
have
right.
a favorite player?
Well, I mean, for now, it's definitely few. Since
Few?
Yep.
I mean, technically, he is a kid still a
I know
little
the
bit.
kids, right?
Adult going into kid, right? Kid going to adult. Since
Yeah.
you are collegiate
Uh-huh.
pro player, so safe to say, I love the kids still very much, right? After all these years, right?
Yep.
Wait, sorry. When did you start playing MLBB? Out of curiosity.
Just this pandemic.
Wow, that's recent. Just like Naisu, right? No, Naisu.
No, I started when the game came out.
Started when the game came out, but
Yeah.
he really like started
I
streaming.
really started
And-
pushing rank
yeah.
and stuff like during the
okay.
pandemic and everything.
Cool.
That's
And
why I
you're both
asked you about
mid-laners.
Gord, by the way, because I'm a
Gord.
mid laner, and
Top
I was
PH.
global #1.
Oh,
A
nice.
global.
So yeah, so
In case you
It's a
missed
pleasure
it.
to meet.
I'm not
Edward.
just, I'm not
It is a
you know,
pleasure to meet.
I'm not throwing that out there or anything. I'm not challenging you. That was in my heyday. I'm much older now. You know what I mean? So
100%. So that's why I was like, oh, Nice is going to have a fun interview here today. But at the end of the day, obviously, team play still came out on top here. For TL-PH, they still kept it pretty competitive, even until the very late game, where you saw some minor, minor miscoms that might have happened. I think you picked that up as well. Some small miscoms, obviously, resources that they used, they could have used in a team fight, was used like to check bushes, to kind of just push back FCAP. So it was a really resource-intensive, heavy battle, right? So I feel like I was in for a roller coaster. I was sweating all throughout that. I don't know about you guys, what you felt about that game.
it was amazing. And I know Chavez was really paying attention to that too. And once again, for all of you guys, again, this is mostly international viewers here too.
Yeah.
So that's why, this is a player. Chavez is from the UE, University of East Zenith Warriors. They just won the first ever official UAAP MLBB tournament. They went to grand finals. Was it a best of 5?
Nope, just best of 3.
Best of 3?
Yep.
Best of 3? Yeah, and what'd you guys end up doing? Did you go 2-1, 3-0, like
2-0?
2-0?
Yep.
You went 2-0? Okay, they went 2-0, and it's great to have them. Real quick though, how was your experience finally watching this in person?
It was, it was fun. It was exciting. Right now I'm very excited to see more of this in the future.
Would you want to play in the
Oh,
MPL
yeah.
one day?
Future plans. What about it? MPL-PH player?
Sure.
What's
why
your
not?
course, by the way? Your course?
I'm BS Tourism.
BS Tourism? Okay.
Yep.
All right. We'll probably see a lot more of you then. All right.
I
So
hope so.
cool. By the way, immediate plans after this. Like, what's the next for you personally? Like, do you want to pursue? Do you have like a few years left for UAP sports, or what's next for you?
For now, I think I want to. I visualize myself finishing the school, obviously.
Obviously, 100%.
Education,
Yeah.
Stay in school. Stay in school, boy.
If given a chance, why not? Why not play the game?
Play more.
Yeah.
I mean, you're a champion. You're gonna have to defend your crown sooner
Definitely,
or later,
yeah,
right? So,
sure.
man, oh man. All right, so we have a few polls here. What do you think about this? This is very interesting. We always want to get your opinion. What do you think about that poll?
That's about as close as we've seen, by the way.
49.5,
49.5, 50.5.
Oh my goodness. All right. But either way, however the poll happened, like, do you think
Who would you have voted?
Who would you have voted for, rather, before this game started?
The Falcon.
Falcons.
Falcons, AP Bren. So you're part of that 49.5.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. Well, they were pretty much, they were. I don't know, man. I was expecting Game 3. I don't know about you guys.
I was rooting for a Game 3, obviously. We all predicted Falcons, but you know what? We were rooting for a Game 3. It's always fun to watch. And then I wonder if you also picked up. Did you learn a lot from that game?
I did. Yeah, I did. Actually, the skirmishes, the holding of the Lord, the minion waves, especially on top. Those things are very important when you want to win those clashes that,
Yeah. You know what I was thinking when he was watching? You know what? He's probably picking up a lot more than we are because he plays. He plays a lot.
Constantly? Yeah.
Yeah, he plays constantly on scrims, right?
Do you guys plan? So I didn't ask. What year are you in college, by the way?
I'm second year.
So you're second year.
Yeah.
So you're basically for international. He's a sophomore in college.
Sophomore.
And so at that point, like, Is there a guarantee that your team, or at least you, will be playing next year for UA or the next UAP? I'm not
Good
sure
question,
exactly the plans for it, but if you can, I guess balancing the studies and competing for UE, are you still going to do that? Like, do you still want to pursue that too?
Why not? I mean, yeah. I think the roster might change, but I'm going for it.
Do you guys have some seniors on the roster, or
awesome?
We
have
have
fourth years?
Yeah, we do have a senior in our roster.
Okay.
I think it's called the Team A, and we are the Team B.
Oh, so you got 2 teams?
Yes.
But you're technically varsity, right?
Uh-huh.
Is that right? Oh my God, what a feeling to be a varsity player for
As a sophomore.
As a sophomore for a university.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's awesome. You know what they need to do now? They just need to start giving out scholarships. College scholarships.
University of East.
For the MLBB players.
Absolutely.
Come on.
Let's do
Hey,
it.
the rest of the world does it. Why can the Philippines not? Well, you know what? Well, that's what we got to petition, man.
That's the next step. We'll talk to the commissioner about this. Oh
I don't know how much pull we have. But
I don't know how much. Yeah, I know exactly. But we will definitely try. And for you guys, I'm sure maybe check out your university. Maybe they do have a local esport as well. So we'll see. So right now, though, we do have a question for you guys.
Oh, the
Which
heated
match
question.
do you think should be Week 4 star matchup? So,
I don't know.
A is Blacklist versus TNC. That's going to be an interesting matchup. I don't know about you guys. They're at the bottom of the standings. Interesting. TL-PH Aurora, Omega, TL-PH, or FCAP Falcons, FCAP Onic. What do you think? A, B, or D? A, B, C, or D? Sorry.
A, B, C, D. So this is what we asked. Okay, we asked the. Did we ask this yesterday?
Did
I
we
think it was
ask?
yesterday.
I think we asked yesterday.
Okay,
All right.
it was yesterday. So FCAP
We're asking
and
today again.
FNOP. FCAP's FNOP.
It's
of
a
course,
close fight, though.
It is. Yeah, it is actually pretty close. But Falcons, AP Bren going against Fnatic Onic. I mean, people want to see continuously. I feel like almost every week, as long as Fnatic Onic maintains the win streak that they're on. Again, they're 5-0. They've been undefeated. People want to see if they're going to lose or not. Like, I mean, that's kind of what it is when you have a win streak.
When
like,
you're undefeated.
Yeah, people want to see if there's going to be a team that takes you down. That was FCAP before, so now
So
that's the
you
place.
you gotta be careful because people want to beat you as well. You're you're champions. So here we are with the standings for Week 3, day number 2. Fnatic Onic still undefeated. It's a 5-0. But Falcons AP Brand, man, they're
creeping up.
making the comeback. They're creeping up.
Oof, and look at the bottom of the standings there. TNC Pro Team, Blacklist International, both at 0 points. I don't know if the agents out there expected this as we round out Week 3. Any
For
other
sure.
teams here, Chavez, that you enjoy watching or that you're a fan of, other than the ones you mentioned?
Aurora and MLBB.
Aurora?
Yeah, Aurora.
Why Aurora?
All right.
They play great. I've
Any
seen,
specific player?
Like a duo or something?
Yeah,
Is it
VWise.
VWise?
Yeah,
Okay.
VWise.
All right.
But unfortunately, they're not playing for this season, so.
They usually show up, though. Like, if
They
you ever
do?
catch an Aurora game, they're usually here in the arena.
Yeah, we'll definitely love to have you next time for sure. But what about you guys? I don't know if you guys want to come here. You can also join us for 5v5. So we
5v5.
have 5v5s happening. It's called Fancy Klaban. That's happening here by Infinix. And these are the standings for Fancy Klaban, where the Bees are actually coming out on top right now. And the agents are actually playing a lot better, if you're noticing.
the fans are. Because, again, for our international viewers out here, what this is our fans. They come and actually compete in a 5v5 before the official matches start. So these are the fans of the teams out here competing, representing. They get to go ahead and join the Infinix. Fancy
Klaban.
Fancy Klaban.
Yeah.
Fancy Klaban. And right
Something
now,
like that.
Yeah, FCAP Bs are there on top, but Blacklist agents are there, and what is the winning prize there? There's got to be a winning prize at the end of the season, right?
I think so.
I'm assuming it's something.
There's going to be something. You guys better watch out for that because obviously all of this are happening. We're all in the spirit of fun having the UE champions right here of UAAP. And I think it's been a pleasure, obviously, having you
Great to have
guys.
you.
Hopefully we'll see you again soon.
Pleasure.
Yeah, and that's going to be us. I'm Rockhart. This is Chavez. And we got Naisu. We need to rest because that was a banger of a game for sure. Let's throw it over to Mario Aquino over on the stage to close out the day and what day it's been. See you tomorrow.
My goodness! Today was a series of unforgettable matches. And you know what? We've all been witness to greatness unfolding right here at the MPL Arena. Third week pa lamang ng ating season at napaka-exciting na ng bakbakan na nasasaksihan natin. But tuloy-tuloy pa rin ang laban bukas. Kaya kita-kits tayo dito sa MPL Philippines Season 14. I'm Mara Aquino. Keep it good vibes, everybody, and see you tomorrow.
The 14th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 14. The official tournament phone of MPL Philippines, Infinix GT20 Pro. Official suppliers, EMC Asia and Index Salon. Experience the MPL-PH Season 14 action live at Green Sun, Makati City. Grab your tickets now via official MPL-PH website. Don't miss any MPL action by following our official Facebook and subscribing to our YouTube channel. Follow MPL-PH on TikTok for more content. And to ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
Lakas ng Pinas!